I've spent 15 years working as a land surveyor in the Pacific Northwest, a job that mostly involves hiking into places people aren't supposed to be and making sure the lines on the map match the dirt under your boots. I'm not a man prone to flights of fancy. I like things that can be measured with a transit and a tape, but there is a specific valley about 40 miles north of the Skagit River that I will never step foot in again. I don't care what the contract says, and I don't care how much the developers offer. The incident happened 3 years ago during the tail end of a dry October. I was working a solo contract for a private estate, some tech mogul who wanted to build a discreet retreat on 200 acres of old-growth timber. The terrain was brutal. It was the kind of forest that felt heavy, like the trees were leaning in to listen to your breathing. I'd set up a base camp near a seasonal creek, planning to spend 4 days marking the northern boundary. I should have known something was off by the second day. The silence wasn't right. Usually in the Cascades, you've got the constant chatter of Douglas squirrels or the rhythmic tapping of woodpeckers. But here, the woods were vacuum sealed. The only sound was the crunch of my own boots on the pine needles, and even that felt muffled, as if the ground were trying to swallow the noise. That afternoon, I found the cabin. It wasn't on any of the topographical maps I'd been issued. It was a small hexagonal structure made of dark, unpeeled cedar logs, tucked into a natural depression between two ridges. It looked ancient, yet perfectly preserved. There were no windows, no chimney, just a single, oversized door made of a wood so pale it looked like bone. I remember standing there, my GPS unit chirping in my hand, feeling a sudden, inexplicable spike of adrenaline. It was the violation of expectation I've heard hunters talk about, the moment you see something that doesn't fit the logic of the wild. There was no path leading to the cabin, no rusted cans, no overgrown fire pit, no signs of human life, just this pristine, windowless box in the middle of nowhere. I walked up to it, my curiosity overriding my gut. The door didn't have a handle. No latch, no keyhole, no hinges on the outside. It was just a slab of white wood set perfectly into the cedar frame. And then I saw the carving. Right at eye level, a small, elegant script was burned into the wood. "Speak thy name to enter." I laughed. It sounded brittle in the silence. I figured it was some high-end, voice-activated security system, the kind of vanity project a billionaire would install in his secret getaway. I was tired, my canteen was low, and I thought maybe there was a radio or some supplies inside. "My name is Elias Thorne," I said, feeling ridiculous. The silence held for a heartbeat. Then there was a sound like a heavy bolt sliding through silk. The door didn't swing open. It simply receded an inch and slid into the wall. A cool, dry breeze wafted out, smelling of old paper and ozone. I stepped inside, and that was the first mistake. The interior was empty, save for a single wooden chair in the center of the room. The walls were lined with thousands of small, hand-carved wooden pegs. On each peg hung a brass tag. I walked over to the nearest wall and felt a chill crawl up my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. The names on the tags were familiar. I saw Sarah Miller, 1994. I saw David Vance, 2012. These were names of people who had gone missing in the national forests over the last 30 years. I turned to leave, my heart hammering against my ribs, but the door was gone. Not closed, gone. The wall where the door had been was now a solid, seamless expanse of cedar logs. I rushed to the spot, clawing at the wood, feeling for a seam, a hinge, anything. "Open up," I shouted. Nothing. I was in a windowless box with the names of the dead. I tried to rationalize it. I told myself it was a prank or a sophisticated art installation. But as the minutes ticked by, the air began to feel thinner. I sat on the lone chair, trying to steady my breathing. That's when I heard it, a soft, rhythmic thumping from beneath the floorboards. Thump, 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 like a heartbeat. And then a voice, flat, toneless, and coming from every corner of the room at once, whispered, "Elias Thorne, you are early." I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat had seized up. I realized then that the door hadn't unlocked because I spoke my name. It had unlocked because the room recognized it. The impossible detail wasn't the voice-activated door. It was the fact that my name was already etched onto a brass tag on the far wall, right next to the chair. And the date on my tag was tomorrow's. I spent the next 3 hours in total darkness after my flashlight flickered and died. The thumping beneath the floor grew louder, more insistent. I could hear things moving behind the walls, slithering, dry sounds like snakes over parchment. Every few minutes, the voice would repeat my name, each time sounding a little more like my own voice. It was mimicking me, practicing the cadence of my breath. I knew I had to do something. The internal debate was short. Stay and wait for whatever was under the floor to come up or find a way out through the wood. I had my surveyor's hatchet in my belt. I started swinging. I hacked at the cedar logs with a desperation I've never felt before. The wood was unnaturally hard, sparking against the steel of my blade as if it were reinforced with stone. As I swung, the voice changed. It stopped being a whisper. It became a roar. Elias, Elias, Elias. The floorboards began to splinter upward. A pale, needle-thin finger, 6 inches long and devoid of a nail, poked through the gap. Then another. I didn't think. I swung the hatchet down on the fingers. There was no blood, only a puff of gray dust and a sound like breaking glass. The room screamed, not a human scream, but the sound of grinding metal. In the chaos, the white door suddenly reappeared, sliding open just a crack. I didn't wait. I threw myself through the opening, skinning my shoulders on the frame. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck 3 miles away. I left my tent, my expensive transit, and my pride in that valley. When I finally reached the ranger station at the edge of the park, I was a wreck, covered in cedar dust, my hands shaking so hard I couldn't hold a pen. The ranger on duty was an older guy, maybe 60, with eyes that looked like they'd seen too many winters. I told him everything. I expected him to call the cops or a psych ward. Instead, he just sighed, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the map on the wall. "The bone door," he muttered. "We get one of you every 10 years or so. Usually, they don't come back with their voices." "What is it?" I demanded. "Who built that thing?" "It wasn't built, Elias," he said, finally looking at me. "It grew. It's a trap, a way for the woods to put a face on things that shouldn't have them. You gave it your name. That's the one thing you never do out here." I drove home in a daze. I moved out of my apartment a week later. I thought it was over. But 2 months ago, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a small brass tag. It was tarnished, as if it had been buried in the dirt for decades. I didn't need to turn it over to know what it said. I could feel the letters under my thumb, my name, but the date on the tag wasn't from 3 years ago. It was for today. If you're ever hiking in the deep woods and you find a door that shouldn't be there, don't be polite, don't be curious, and for God's sake, keep your name to yourself. Because once the door knows who you are, it never stops waiting for you to come home. I stared at the brass tag in the palm of my hand, the metal cold enough to ache. The date etched into the surface was today's, October 24th. I looked at the clock on my bedside table. It was 11:14 p.m. I had 46 minutes left of the day the woods had claimed for me 3 years ago. For a long time, I didn't move. I just listened to the sounds of my new apartment, a third-floor walk-up in a concrete-heavy part of Tacoma where the only green was the moss in the sidewalk cracks. I'd chosen it specifically because there wasn't a tree within 50 yards of the building. But as I sat there, the familiar city sounds, the distant hum of the I-5, the muffled thump of a neighbor's television, began to recede. The silence that rushed in to fill the void wasn't the silence of a quiet room. It was that vacuum-sealed pressure of the valley north of the Skagit. I dropped the tag on the floor. It didn't make a metallic clink. It hit the carpet with a soft, organic thud, like a stone falling into deep mud. I knew I couldn't stay in the apartment. If that thing, the entity that had mimicked my voice, the thing with the needle-thin fingers, was coming for me, I didn't want to be trapped in a box. I'd had enough of windowless rooms. I grabbed my car keys and my heavy work coat, the one I hadn't worn since the day I ran out of the woods. My hand brushed against the pocket, and I felt the familiar weight of my surveyor's hatchet. I hadn't even realized I'd kept it. I bolted down the stairs and out to the parking lot. The air outside was wrong. October in Tacoma should smell like damp asphalt and sea salt. This air was dry, smelling of old paper and ozone. It was the breath of the cabin. I jumped into my truck and cranked the engine. It groaned, the starter motor whining in a way it never had before, sounding almost like a human throat trying to clear itself. When it finally roared to life, the headlights cut through the darkness of the lot, illuminating the perimeter fence. Standing just beyond the chain link, tucked under the shadow of a solitary, dying maple tree, was a figure. It was tall, too tall, maybe 7 feet, and as thin as a winter branch. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, its skin a pale, bone white that seemed to catch what little light there was. It didn't have a face, not really. It had the suggestion of a face, like a sketch that had been rubbed out by a thumb, but it was wearing a high-visibility surveyor's vest, my vest, the one I'd left at my base camp 3 years ago. I didn't wait to see if it would move. I threw the truck into reverse, screeched out of the space, and tore onto the street. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in my chest. I didn't have a plan, only a desperate urge to stay in motion. As long as I was moving, I wasn't arriving. I drove toward the city center, seeking out the harshest neon, the loudest bars, the places where humanity was thickest. But as I turned onto Pacific Avenue, the streetlights began to flicker and die in a rhythmic wave, snapping off one by one as I approached them. The cars around me, the late-shift workers and the night owls seemed to blur. Their tail lights stretched into long, red smears, like blood wiped across a lens. I looked in my rearview mirror. The back seat of my truck was empty, but the floorboards were covered in a layer of fresh pine needles. They were dry and brown, and as I watched, they began to stir, swirling in a phantom breeze that shouldn't have been there with the windows rolled up. Dahlia's, a voice whispered. It didn't come from the radio. It didn't come from the air. It came from the steering column. Dahlia's, you're drifting. I jerked the wheel, my hands slick with sweat. The voice was mine, not the panicked, ragged voice of the man driving the truck, but the calm, measured voice I used when I was calling out coordinates on a job site. It was the voice of the man I had been before the valley. I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a halt in the middle of a deserted intersection. I checked the dash clock, 11:38 p.m. I realized then that I wasn't driving through Tacoma anymore. The buildings on either side of the street were no longer made of brick and glass. They were towering, vertical slabs of unpeeled cedar. The asphalt beneath my tires was soft, yielding like forest duff. The streetlights had been replaced by tall, spindly poles topped with glowing brass lanterns, thousands of them, stretching out into the darkness like a trail of breadcrumbs. The bone door hadn't come to me. I was being pulled back to it. The name was the anchor, and the brass tag was the chain. I jumped out of the truck, the hatchet in my hand. "Leave me alone," I screamed into the dark. I didn't sign anything. I didn't agree to this. The shadows between the cedar buildings shifted. The tall, thin figure in the vest stepped out into the light of the brass lanterns. It wasn't alone. There were others. I saw Sarah Miller, or at least a thing that wore her shape, her skin the color of wet parchment, her eyes replaced by smooth brass discs. I saw David Vance, his limbs elongated and jointed like a spider's, his mouth a jagged seam that had been sewn shut with silver wire. They weren't ghosts, they were replacements. The woods didn't just kill you, they harvested the idea of you. They took your name, your face, your voice, and they grew something new to fill the hole you left behind. "The survey is incomplete," the thing wearing my vest said. It spoke with my voice, but the cadence was wrong. It was the rhythmic, thumping sound I'd heard under the floorboards. Thump, 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 thump. "The lines don't match the dirt, Elias," it continued, stepping closer. "The boundary is moving. We need you to mark the new edge." I backed away, my boots sinking into the needle-covered ground. "I'm not going back. I'm not going in that box." The things, the collected, began to circle me. They didn't move like people. They moved like trees swaying in a high wind, their bodies tilting at impossible angles. "You already are in the box," Sarah Miller's voice whispered from the throat of the thing that wasn't her. "You've been in the box since you spoke. You just haven't noticed the walls closing in." I looked up. The sky wasn't the sky. There were no stars, no moon. High above, miles up, I could see the faint hexagonal outline of a ceiling. The entire world I was standing in, this distorted version of a city, this forest of cedar towers, was contained within the cabin. It had expanded, or I had shrunk, or space had simply ceased to mean anything. I felt a surge of cold fury. I was a land surveyor. I understood boundaries. I understood that a line on a map was a promise, and these things were breaking every law of physics and logic I'd built my life upon. I didn't run this time. I lunged. I swung the hatchet at the thing wearing my vest. It didn't flinch. The blade buried itself in the creature's shoulder, but there was no resistance, no bone to crunch. It felt like chopping into a bale of tightly packed paper. A cloud of gray dust erupted from the wound, smelling of ancient libraries and rot. The creature reached out with one of those long, needle fingers and touched my forehead. The world tilted. Suddenly, I wasn't standing in a nightmare city. I was back in the cabin, sitting in the lone wooden chair. It was dark, but I could see perfectly. My eyes had changed. I could see the heat rising from the brass tags on the walls, thousands of tiny, glowing embers of stolen identities. I looked down at my hands. They were turning white, not the pale of a man who hasn't seen the sun, but the flat, matte white of bleached wood. My fingernails were softening, stretching out into points. "No," I croaked. My voice sounded like grinding metal. "Speak thy name," the room whispered. "Elias Thorne," I said, but it wasn't a choice this time. It was a leak. The name was pouring out of me, leaving me empty. As the syllables left my lips, I felt my memories beginning to fray. I forgot the smell of the Skagit River. I forgot the face of my mother. I forgot the feeling of a tape measure in my hand. I was becoming a peg. I was becoming a tag. But there was one thing the room didn't know. It knew names, yes, it knew faces, but it didn't know the dirt. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my transit, the small, handheld surveying tool I'd managed to grab from the truck. It was a precision instrument, calibrated to the magnetic north of the real world. the world of gravity and honest stone. The needle on the transit was spinning wildly, unable to find a heading in this impossible space. "This place isn't on the map," I whispered, my voice barely a hiss. I stood up, my legs felt stiff like green wood. I walked to the wall where my tag hung, the one with tomorrow's date. No, the date was today. The clock had struck midnight. I didn't take the tag. I took the hatchet, and I didn't swing at the door or the walls. I swung at the floorboards, right where the thumping was loudest. I wasn't trying to escape. I was trying to find the foundation. Every structure has a point of failure, a load-bearing truth that holds the lie together. The floorboards shattered. Beneath them wasn't dirt, and it wasn't a basement. It was a mass of writhing, white roots, thick as human torsos, all of them tangled around a central pillar of bone. This was the heart of the cabin. This was what grew the door. The room screamed, a sound that shattered the brass tags and sent them raining down like golden hail. The things behind the walls began to claw their way through the cedar, desperate to stop me. The Elias thing, the one in the vest, threw itself at my back, its needle fingers digging into my neck. I ignored the pain. I ignored the fading of my mind. I raised the hatchet and buried it into the central pillar of bone. The world exploded into white light. I woke up face down in the dirt. The air was cold and wet. I could hear the rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker and the distant, comforting rush of a creek. I smelled damp earth and Douglas fir. I sat up, my body screaming in pain. I was back in the valley. The hexagonal cabin was gone. In its place was a scorched patch of earth, a perfect hexagon where nothing grew. In the center of the clearing lay a pile of rotted, gray wood and a few scraps of tarnished brass. I looked at my hands. They were human, dirty, bloodied, and shaking, but human. My name was still there, tucked away in the back of my head, battered but intact. I hiked out. It took me 2 days because I had no gear and my ribs were cracked, but I made it. I didn't go to the ranger station. I didn't go back to my apartment. I kept walking until I reached a highway, and I hitched a ride with a trucker heading south to California. That was 3 years ago. I don't survey anymore. I work in a library now, in a desert town where the trees are short and the sun is honest. I like the smell of old paper here. It's just paper, nothing more. But I still have the brass tag. I keep it in a lead-lined box at the bottom of a drawer. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I can hear a soft thumping coming from the dresser. Thump, 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 thump. And yesterday, I looked in the mirror while shaving. For a split second, the reflection didn't have a face. It was just a sketch, rubbed out by a thumb. The ranger was right. The woods don't forget a name. They just wait for the next time you're foolish enough to walk where the lines don't match the dirt. I'm safe for now, I think. But I know that somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, a new door is growing. It's pale as bone, and it's waiting for someone to introduce themselves. If you find it, don't speak. Don't even breathe. Just turn around and walk until you find the pavement. And if you hear your own voice calling you from the shadows, keep walking. It's not you anymore. I didn't stay in that desert town as long as I'd hoped. The desert has its own way of being hollow, and after a while, the silence of the dunes started to mimic the silence of the cedar groves. I found myself staring at the horizon, watching the heat waves distort the air until the cacti looked like tall, thin men in high-visibility vests. I moved again, this time to a coastal village in Oregon, a place where the salt spray eats everything: iron, wood, memory. I thought the brine might scrub the scent of the valley off my soul. I took a job at a salvage yard. It was honest work, tearing apart things that were already broken. I like the finality of it. When you crush a car, it stays crushed. When you melt down scrap, it loses its shape forever. But 3 days ago, a shipment of reclaimed timber came in from a site up near the Washington border. It was old-growth cedar, beautiful and dense. The other guys were excited about the resale value, but the moment the flatbed rolled into the yard, I felt the air pressure drop. My ears popped, and the metallic tang of the salvage yard was replaced by the smell of dry, ancient paper. I didn't look at the wood. I walked into the foreman's shack, handed him my keys, and walked out without asking for my final paycheck. I didn't even go back to my rented room for my clothes. I just got into my truck and drove. I drove until the gas light flickered, and then I kept driving. I realized then that I wasn't running anymore. I was being heard. Every road I took seemed to be under construction, detouring me further inland, further north. The GPS on my phone began to glitch, the blue dot of my location drifting off the digital road and into the green voids of the map. The radio wouldn't play music. It only emitted a low, rhythmic thrumming that matched the beating of my own heart. Thump, 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 thump. I pulled over at a rest stop near the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. It was dusk, that bruised purple hour when the shadows start to stretch and lose their loyalty to the objects casting them. I sat on the hood of my truck, my hands buried in my pockets. My left hand brushed against something cold. I pulled it out. It was the brass tag. I had left it in the lead-lined box in the desert. I had left it in a drawer in a town 500 miles away. Yet here it was, warm against my palm, the letters of my name glowing with a faint, sickly luminescence. The date had changed again. It didn't have a day or a month anymore. It just said, now. A car pulled into the rest stop. It was an old, rusted-out sedan, the kind that looks like it's held together by luck and grime. A woman got out. She looked tired, her hair a frazzled halo of gray. She walked toward the vending machines, but she stopped halfway, her eyes locking onto mine. "You have that look," she said. Her voice was thin, like wind whistling through a crack in a door. "What look?" I asked, though I already knew. "The look of someone who's been measured," she said. She walked closer, and I saw that her neck was wrapped in a thick wool scarf, even though the evening was mild. She reached up and tugged the wool down just an inch. Her skin wasn't skin. It was a pale, polished substance that looked like ivory, and there, just above her collarbone, was a small, brass rivet embedded in the flesh. "I gave them my middle name," she whispered. "I thought it would be enough. I thought I could trick the boundary. But they don't want the name Elias. They want the space the name occupies." "How do you know my name?" I asked, my voice cracking. She smiled, and it was the saddest thing I'd ever seen. "I don't, but the air around you is saying it. It's all the trees can talk about. They're excited. It's been a long time since they've had a surveyor. They need someone to tell them where the world ends and the wood begins." She turned and walked back to her car. As she drove away, I noticed her license plate. It wasn't a series of numbers and letters. It was a single word embossed in the metal, vacant. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in the truck with the doors locked and the dome light on. I kept the surveyor's hatchet on the passenger seat. I'd sharpened it until the edge was terrifying, but I knew it was a placebo. You can't kill a geography. You can't chop down a forest that exists inside your own head. When the sun came up, it didn't bring any relief. The light was gray and filtered, as if the sky had been replaced by a dusty window. I started the truck and found that the steering wheel felt different. It was warmer, the leather texture giving way to something that felt suspiciously like bark. I didn't look down at my hands. I knew if I looked, I'd see the white creeping up my wrists. I drove toward the heart of the forest. If the door was waiting, I wanted to meet it on my feet. I wasn't going to be hunted through the suburbs or cornered in a library. I was a man of the dirt, and if the dirt wanted me back, I would give it a fight that would leave a scar on the landscape. The road narrowed until the branches of the trees overhead intertwined, forming a tunnel of interlocking needles. The asphalt gave way to gravel, then to dirt, and finally to a track of crushed bone-white stone. I stopped the truck when the path became too narrow to continue. I stepped out into the silence. It was the same silence as the valley, that pressurized, expectant stillness. But there was a new sound underneath it, a soft, wet clicking, like thousands of tiny teeth tapping together. I grabbed the hatchet and started walking. I didn't need a compass. I could feel the pull in the center of my chest, a magnetic tug toward a point that didn't exist on any conventional grid. The trees here were wrong. They weren't Douglas firs or hemlocks. They were tall, featureless pillars of gray fiber, their branches ending in sharp, needle-like points that twitched as I passed. I reached a clearing. It wasn't the same clearing from 3 years ago, but it was its twin. In the center stood the white door. It wasn't attached to a cabin this time. It just stood there, a freestanding frame in the middle of the wilderness. It was open. Beyond the door, I couldn't see the forest. I saw a room, a windowless, cedar-lined room, and sitting in the lone wooden chair was a figure. It was me. Not the thing in the vest, not the pale mimic. It was me, exactly as I had been the day I first stepped into that valley. I was wearing my old flannel shirt, my worn-out work boots. I was holding a pencil and a notebook, staring at the wall with an expression of intense concentration. Elias, the figure said. It didn't look up. You're late. The measurements are drifting again. You're not real, I said, my voice sounding like the grinding of stones. I'm out here. You're just a memory. The figure finally looked up. Its eyes weren't eyes. They were the brass tags. Thousands of them, miniaturized and packed into the sockets, each one etched with a different name, a different life, a different death. There is no out here, the figure said. There is only the survey. You thought you escaped the cabin, but you only expanded the walls. Look at the horizon, Elias. What do you see? I turned around. The trees weren't trees anymore. They were the walls of the cabin, miles high, stretching up into a sky that was nothing but a vast cedar-planked ceiling. The entire Pacific Northwest, the cities, the oceans, the mountains, it was all inside. The door hadn't been a trap in the woods. The woods were a trap inside the door. I looked at my hands. They were gone. In their place were the long, needle-thin fingers, 6 inches long and devoid of nails. I reached up to touch my face and felt only the smooth, featureless surface of uncarved wood. The name, the figure in the chair commanded. Give it back. It doesn't belong to you anymore. I felt the last of my identity bubbling up in my throat. Elias Thorne, the boy who liked maps, the man who loved the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the surveyor who thought he could mark the world. It was all settling into a single, brass-flavored word. I raised the hatchet. My movements were jerky, mechanical. I wasn't in control of my muscles anymore. I was being moved by the wind, by the pressure of the room. I am Elias Thorne, I tried to say, but the words came out as a series of thumps. Thump, 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 thump. The figure in the chair stood up. It walked toward me, its movements fluid and human, a cruel mockery of the life I was losing. It reached out a hand, a soft, warm, human hand, and took the hatchet from my unresisting grip. Thank you, it said. I've been waiting a long time to go home. It stepped past me, walking through the door and out into the forest. I watched it go, watched it walk toward my truck, watched it climb into the driver's seat and start the engine. It drove away, back toward the world of light and noise, back to a life it would steal and wear until the threads frayed. I turned back to the door. I had no choice. The vacuum was too strong. I stepped through the frame and into the cedar-lined room. The door clicked shut behind me. The silence returned, absolute and heavy. I sat down in the wooden chair. I picked up the pencil and the notebook. I looked at the walls, at the thousands of brass tags glinting in the dark. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a fresh tag. It was blank. I placed it on the table and waited. I didn't have to wait long. Somewhere miles away, or perhaps just inches on the other side of the wood, I heard a sound. It was the sound of a footfall on dry leaves. It was the sound of someone curious, someone brave, someone with a name they thought belonged to them. I felt a surge of something that might have been hunger if I still had a stomach. I felt a twitch in my needle-thin fingers. I leaned forward, my wooden face crackling as I practiced the shape of a new sound. I didn't have a voice yet, but I would borrow one. I would practice the cadence of their breath. I would learn the rhythm of their heart. The thumping beneath the floorboards grew louder, more insistent. "Hello," a voice called out from the darkness. It was a young voice, full of the bright, fragile energy of the living. "Is someone there?" I smiled, though I had no mouth. I picked up the pencil and pressed it to the brass tag. I didn't know their name yet, but the door did. The door always knew. I leaned against the wall and whispered into the grain of the wood, my first word in an eternity. "Welcome." The young man who stepped into the clearing was named Marcus, though that fact was already beginning to dissolve into the atmosphere, absorbed by the thirsty roots beneath his boots. He was a hiker, the kind who sought out the undocumented trails because he believed there was a purity in being lost. He didn't see the room yet. He only saw the door standing like a monument to a god that had long since abandoned the forest. He saw the way the sunlight failed to touch the wood, as if the cedar were made of shadow rather than fiber. I watched him through the grain. I was no longer a man sitting in a chair. I was the chair, I was the floorboards, and I was the pressure in the air that made his pulse quicken. My consciousness was spread thin across the hexagonal geometry of the space, 1,000 eyes looking through 1,000 brass tags. I felt his curiosity like a physical heat. It was the same heat I had brought here years or seconds ago. To the room, time was not a river. It was a stagnant pool where every moment touched every other moment. Marcus reached out. His hand was trembling, the skin flushed with the vibrant, messy blood of a creature that still believed in its own permanence. When his fingers brushed the latch, the room groaned in a symphony of shifting timber. It wasn't a sound of warning, it was a sound of digestion. "Is someone there?" he asked again. He was looking at the chair. He saw a shape there, a silhouette of a man hunched over a desk, but his mind was already trying to protect him. He saw it as a trick of the light, a pile of old gear, a shadow cast by a crooked branch. I didn't answer with words. I answered with the scent of his childhood home. I let the room fill with the smell of scorched cinnamon and the ozone of a coming storm, the specific, private smells that anchored him to his own history. I felt him relax, his guard dropping as the room began to mirror his internal landscape. This was the first stage of the harvest, the softening of the ego. He stepped over the threshold. The moment his heel hit the cedar, the forest behind him didn't vanish. It simply ceased to be relevant. The trees became a painted backdrop, a memory of a world that was too loud and too disorganized to be real. He turned back, his eyes widening as he saw the door frame standing in a void of gray mist. But when he turned back to the room, the walls were already closer than they had been a heartbeat before. "I shouldn't be here," Marcus whispered. He reached for his phone, but the device in his pocket was already changing. The plastic was becoming horn, the glass was becoming a polished slice of bone. When he pulled it out, it was a blank brass tag. He dropped it. The sound of the metal hitting the floor was like a gunshot. "Speak thy name," the room whispered, using my voice. The voice I had surrendered to the thing that was now driving my truck toward a life it didn't understand. "Marcus Thorne," he said, and the room shuddered. The shared surname was a coincidence of the dirt, a cruel irony that the forest relished. It made the transition easier. The similarities in our frequencies allowed the roots to bypass his initial resistance. I felt his memories start to leak. I saw a girl with golden hair laughing under a pier. I saw a dog with a notched ear waiting by a screen door. I saw the pride in his father's eyes when Marcus graduated. These images didn't fade, they were simply filed away. They were taken off the shelves of his mind and placed into the archives of the cabin. Each memory left a hollow space behind, a white void that the room immediately filled with its own cold, matte texture. His hands were the first to go. He stared at them, his breath coming in ragged, wet gasps as his tan skin bleached into the color of dead birch. His fingernails didn't just soften, they retracted, replaced by the needle points of the surveyor. "Please," he croaked. I felt a flicker of the old Elias Thorne then, a ghost of a man who had once cared about the weight of a hatchet and the truth of a magnetic heading. I wanted to tell him to run, to find the foundation, to strike at the bone pillar beneath the floor. But I had no tongue, and the bone pillar was no longer a separate entity. It was my spine. I was the heart of the cabin now. I was the one growing the door. The Elias thing that had taken my place in the world was likely halfway to a city by now. It would walk into my apartment, use my keys, and sleep in my bed. It would mimic my laugh and mirror my habits, and eventually it would become so convincing that even the mirrors would stop questioning it. It was a fair trade, according to the logic of the woods. A name for a name, a life for a life. The forest needed its sentinels, and the world needed its shadows. Marcus was on his knees now. The transformation was accelerating. The room was crowded with the brass tags of those who had come before him, and they were all vibrating, a low-frequency hum that shook the marrow in his transforming bones. He looked up at me, at the shape in the chair, and for a second our eyes met. He saw the brass tags in my sockets. He saw the infinite archive of lost souls. "Who are you?" he hissed, his voice now the sound of sandpaper on stone. I leaned forward, the wood of my chest creaking. I reached out a long, pale finger and touched the blank tag he had dropped. As I touched it, the metal began to etch itself, not with his name, but with the coordinates of the next clearing, the next valley, the next place where the lines of the world would fail. "I am the one who measures," I whispered through the walls. The room began to spin. The hexagonal walls expanded and contracted like a lung. Marcus screamed, but the sound didn't leave his throat. It was absorbed into the cedar, becoming part of the grain, a permanent record of his terror. His body elongated, his clothes merging with his skin until he was a tall, featureless pillar of fiber, a new extension of the cabin's architecture. He was no longer Marcus. He was a load-bearing truth. I felt the hunger of the room subside for a moment, sated by the fresh influx of identity. But the hunger was never gone for long. The forest was vast, and the gaps in the maps were growing. Every time a surveyor tried to impose order on the wild, every time a hiker stepped off the path to find something real, the cabin grew a little larger. Outside the door, the gray mist began to clear, revealing a new forest. It wasn't the Gifford Pinchot anymore. It was a stretch of woods in Maine, or perhaps a grove in the Black Forest, or a jungle in the Andes. The door didn't care about geography. It only cared about the threshold. I stood up from the chair. My legs were stiff, the joints groaning like old hinges. I walked to the door and looked out. The air was different here, crisp and smelling of salt and rotting kelp. A new world to measure, a new set of names to collect. I stepped out of the frame, but I didn't leave the room. The room moved with me, a pocket of impossible space anchored to my soul. I was the door. I was the cabin. I was the surveyor of the void. I saw a light in the distance, a flashlight flickering through the trees. Two voices, a man and a woman, arguing about which way the trail went. They were young. They were full of names. I stood perfectly still, my white, matte skin blending into the shadows of the strange trees. I waited for them to notice the door. I waited for them to wonder why there was a freestanding frame in the middle of nowhere. I waited for the moment they would decide to introduce themselves. The thumping in my chest, the rhythmic beat of the bone pillar, began to sync with their approaching footsteps. Thump, 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 thump. I reached into my pocket and felt the brass tag. It was cold. It was hungry. It was ready for a new date. The woods don't forget a name, and they never stop searching for the ones that got away. But for those of us who stay, the woods are everything. There is a peace in the cedar. There is a certainty in the brass. Over here, the woman called out, her voice bright with the fatal curiosity of her species. Look at this. It looks like an old doorway. I prepared my voice. I practiced the shape of their breath. I felt the floorboards of my soul settle into place, ready to receive the weight of their lives. Would you like the summary of the next segment of the story? The light from their headlamps danced across the white wood of the frame, turning the matte surface into something that looked like polished bone. They were close now, less than 20 yards away. I could hear the rustle of their synthetic windbreakers, a sharp, artificial sound that didn't belong in a place that had been digested by the survey. The man, tall and wearing a pack that was too heavy for his frame, stopped first. He held his light steady on the door, the beam trembling just enough to reveal his heartbeat. "Sarah, wait," he said. His voice was thick with the instinctual dread that the modern world tries so hard to drown out with noise. "That shouldn't be there. We're miles from the trailhead. There's no foundation, no rubble. It's just standing there." Sarah didn't stop. She was drawn to the anomaly, her hand already reaching out as if to catch a falling leaf. "It's beautiful, David. Look at the carving. It looks like it was grown, not built." I watched her through the grain of the trees that were no longer trees. I felt the expansion of the room behind me, the cedar walls stretching out to accommodate the two new volumes of history approaching the threshold. The Marcus pillar, newly installed in the corner of my consciousness, vibrated with a low, mournful frequency, but I suppressed it. The hunger was a directive, not a choice. I was the instrument of the geography, and the geography required more anchors. "Don't touch it," David warned, his voice rising. He stepped forward to grab her arm, but the forest shifted. It was a subtle movement, a tilt of the ground that shouldn't have been possible, a slight recalibration of the distance between them. Suddenly, Sarah was 3 steps further away than she had been a second ago. She didn't notice the distortion. She only saw the door. To her, it looked like an invitation. To her, it looked like the secret she had been searching for her entire life, the proof that the world was larger and stranger than her office job and her student loans. She saw the room inside the frame, the warm, amber glow of the cedar, the inviting stillness of the wooden chair. There's someone inside, she whispered. I sat in the chair. I hadn't moved, yet I was there, a silhouette of comfort and ancient wisdom. I let the room project what she needed to see. For Sarah, I wasn't a wooden horror with needle-thin fingers. I was a memory of her grandfather, a man who had smelled of pipe tobacco and old books. I was the safety she had lost years ago. Elias, David called out, though he didn't know my name. He was reading the air, his mind snagging on the remnants of the man I used to be. Is someone there? We're lost. We need the way back to the road. The road is gone, I thought, and the thought echoed through the needles of the gray pillars. There is only the survey. Sarah reached the threshold. She stood on the edge of the crushed bone-white stone, her boots hovering over the transition point where the forest ended and the room began. The air inside the frame was pressurized, a heavy, static-filled silence that hummed in the teeth. It's okay, David, she said, her voice sounding distant, as if she were speaking from the bottom of a well. He's just writing. He's making a map. Well, she stepped inside. The sound of her footfall on the cedar was the sweetest thing I had heard since I had lost my own ears. It was a solid, percussive strike of reality against the void. The moment her weight transferred to the floorboards, the room claimed her. I felt her name, Sarah Jenkins, begin to peel away from her soul like old wallpaper. It fluttered in the air of the room, a sequence of letters looking for a place to land. I picked up a blank brass tag from the table. My fingers, long and twitching, moved with a grace that was no longer human. I didn't need a tool to engrave the metal. The heat of her identity was enough to sear the letters into the brass. S-I-R-A-H. Sarah, David screamed. He lunged for the door, but the frame wasn't where it had been. He tripped on a root that hadn't been there a moment before, a root that felt suspiciously like a human arm. He fell hard on the white stone, and when he looked up, the door was 10 feet away, and Sarah was standing behind the wood, looking at him through a window that didn't exist. Come in, David, she said. Her voice was already losing its color. It was becoming flat, matte, a series of thumps. The measurements are drifting. We have to help him. Get out of there, David scrambled to his feet, pulling a heavy maglite from his belt. He swung it like a club, striking at the air where the door stood. But the light passed through the frame as if it were a ghost. The door was a physical reality for Sarah because she had accepted the invitation. For David, who was fighting it, the door was a hallucination, a tear in the fabric of his sanity that he couldn't quite touch. I watched him struggle. I felt a flicker of pity, a residual spark from the Elias thorn who had once sharpened a surveyor's hatchet. But the pity was quickly overwritten by the geography's need for balance. For every Sarah who entered the room, there had to be a David to witness the loss. The forest didn't just eat names. It ate the memory of the names in the minds of those left behind. It was a total erasure. David, I whispered, using Sarah's voice. It was a perfect mimicry, a cruel, high-fidelity reproduction of her affection. It's so quiet in here. You can finally hear yourself think. David stopped swinging. He stared at the door, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He could see her, but she was changing. Her hair was turning the color of ash. Her skin was smoothing out, the pores closing, the fine lines around her eyes vanishing into a surface of uncarved wood. Her fingers were lengthening, the nails falling away like autumn leaves to reveal the sharp, needle-like points beneath. You're not Sarah, he breathed. I am the survey, the thing that was Sarah said. She reached out and took the brass tag I had just finished. She looked at it, her new eyes, thousands of tiny, miniaturized tags packed into her sockets, glinting in the amber light. She smiled, a crack appearing in her wooden face. I have a name now, she said, but you You have so many left to give." The room expanded again, the walls rushing outward until they encompassed the clearing, the trees, and David himself. He didn't have to step through the door. The door had grown to include him. The sky above him, which had been a dark canopy of Maine pines, suddenly became a vast, cedar-planked ceiling. He looked up, and for the first time, he saw the scale of the trap. He saw the miles of walls, the billions of glinting brass tags, the infinite rows of chairs where figures like me sat, hunched over tables, etching the history of a world that was being slowly replaced by its own map. David fell to his knees. He didn't scream this time. The realization was too heavy for sound. He felt the white creeping up his wrists, the bark-like texture of the room claiming his skin. He looked at his hands and saw the transition, the way his pulse slowed until it matched the thumping of the bone pillar beneath the floor. I stood up from my chair. I walked toward him, my movements no longer jerky. I was becoming more fluid, more practiced in the art of being a shadow. I reached out a hand, a long, pale, needle-fingered hand, and touched his forehead. "Do not be afraid," I said, my voice now a composite of every name I had ever taken. "The world out there is messy. It is unmeasured. It is full of things that cannot be categorized. In here, everything has a place. Everything has a tag." I felt his resistance break. It was like a dam bursting, a sudden release of all the messy, complicated, beautiful details of David Miller. His first car, the way he liked his coffee, the secret fear he had of being forgotten. All of it poured out of him, a river of identity that the room drank with a parched intensity. I caught his name in a fresh tag, David. As the last of his humanity faded, the room shifted once more. The door, the freestanding frame, clicked shut. The amber light dimmed to a low, pulsing glow. In the corner of the room, a new chair appeared. David, or the thing that had been David, walked to it with a mechanical, obedient gait. He sat down. He picked up a pencil. He looked at the wall of tags and began to count. He was a surveyor now. He had a job to do. The drifting measurements of the world required his constant attention. I turned back to Sarah. She was standing by the windowless wall, her wooden face tilted as if listening to a distant sound. "Someone is coming," she whispered. Her voice was a series of thumps, but I understood the cadence. I looked through the grain of the wood, out into the world beyond the door. The forest had changed again. We were in a park in a city now, a small manicured grove of oaks surrounded by the hum of traffic and the glow of streetlights. A jogger was slowing down, his brow furrowed as he looked at the strange, white door standing in the middle of the grass. Well, he was curious, he was brave, he had a name. I felt the itch in my fingers. I felt the hunger of the room, the way the cedar boards groaned in anticipation of a new weight. I leaned against the wall and waited. The Elias thing was out there somewhere, living my life, wearing my face, unaware that the room was still growing, still following him, still expanding the walls of his reality until there was nowhere left to hide. He thought he had escaped, but he was just the bait on a much larger hook. The jogger reached out. He touched the latch. I practiced the shape of his breath. I learned the rhythm of his heart. "Welcome," I whispered, the word vibrating through the brass and the bone. The door opened. The survey continued. It was a beautiful night for a map, and we had so many miles left to cover before the world was finally, perfectly silent. I picked up the next blank tag. I waited for the first letter to burn. The thumping beneath the floorboards grew louder. Thump, 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 thump. It was the sound of the forest breathing. It was the sound of a name being erased. It was the only sound that mattered anymore. Outside, the jogger stepped over the threshold, and the city behind him began to turn to dust, its streets and buildings folding into the grain of the cedar, becoming nothing more than a series of coordinates on a map that no one would ever be allowed to read. I smiled, and the wood of my face cracked, a jagged line of shadow in the amber light. "Tell me," I whispered as he looked into my brass-packed eyes, "what do you see on the horizon?" The jogger's name was Leo. I didn't have to wait for the brass to tell me. I could taste the salt of his exertion as he crossed the invisible perimeter of the grove. The air around the cabin didn't just transmit sound. It acted as a sensory web, pulling in the chemical signatures of those who strayed too close. He smelled of laundry detergent, expensive espresso, and a deep, underlying fatigue, the kind of tiredness that comes from a life spent running in circles, trying to outpace a shadow he couldn't name. He froze at the threshold. His hand remained clamped on the brass handle, his knuckles white against the dark, weathered grain. Behind him, the city of Seattle, or what the room decided was Seattle for the moment, was beginning to liquefy. The neon signs of the nearby cafes bled into the fog like ink in water. The roar of the interstate dimmed to a sound like rustling paper. He didn't look back. They rarely did. The door didn't just invite, it hypnotized, offering a stillness that the frantic world outside could never provide. Is this an art installation?" Leo asked. His voice was breathless, the pitch wavering with a desperate need for a rational explanation. I didn't answer with words. I let the room do the talking. A floorboard creaked under the weight of the Seraphim as she adjusted her position in the corner. The sound was a low, resonant cello note that seemed to vibrate in Leo's teeth. He blinked, his eyes struggling to adjust to the amber interior. He saw the rows of tags. He saw the infinite shelves. He saw the two of us, the sentinels of the threshold, sitting in our stiff wooden perfection. "Hello," he tried again, stepping one foot onto the cedar. The moment his soul touched the wood, the transformation was no longer a threat. It was a mandate. I felt the surge of his history hit the cabin like a tidal wave. He was a graphic designer. He had a sister in Portland. He had a scar on his left knee from a bicycle accident when he was 9. He had a secret love for old jazz and a crushing fear that he would die without ever having done anything that mattered. The room drank it all. The Seraphim began to etch a tag with a speed that made her wooden fingers blur. I felt my own spine stiffen, the bone pillar in my chest expanding to accommodate the new data. Every detail of Leo's life was being categorized, stripped of its emotional weight, and converted into a series of geometric truths. "You're early," I said. My voice was a composite now, layered with the echoes of Marcus, David, and 1,000 others. It sounded like the wind through a graveyard. The survey wasn't expecting this sector to be ready for another hour, but the lines have a way of blurring when the light is right. Leo stared at me. He didn't see the Elias thing anymore. He saw a man who looked like a teacher he'd once admired, or perhaps a doctor who had delivered good news. The room was kind that way. It wore the mask you needed to see until the brass was ready. "I don't understand," Leo whispered. He took another step, then another. He was fully inside now. The door behind him didn't slam. It simply ceased to be a door. The space where the park had been was now a solid wall of cedar, stacked high with drawers that hummed with the trapped energy of 10,000 names. The jogger turned around, his hands reaching out to touch the wood where the exit had been. He pushed, he shoved, he clawed at the grain, but there was no seam. There was no outside. There was only the archive. The world is too large, Leo, I said, standing up. My joints popped like dry kindling. It's messy. It's unedited. People wander through it without a sense of scale, thinking they are the center of the map. But a map without a border is just chaos. We provide the border. Leo turned back to me, his face beginning to lose its definition. The sweat on his forehead was hardening into a translucent resin. His neon yellow running shirt was dulling, the synthetic fibers being replaced by a fine gray dust that settled into the grooves of his skin. "What are you doing to me?" he gasped, but the G was soft. There was a hiss of air through a flute. He was losing the ability to form consonants. "We are giving you a permanent residence," the Seraphing said, her voice a rhythmic thumping from the shadows. "You wanted to matter, didn't you? You wanted to be part of something that lasts. Look at the walls, Leo. You are about to become a foundational element of the Great Survey." She held up the brass tag. It was glowing a dull, hot red. Elio. He tried to run, but the floor was no longer a flat surface. It was a series of steps that led nowhere, a shifting landscape of wood that rose up to meet his knees, binding him in place. He sank into the cedar as if it were quicksand. He didn't scream. His lungs were already filling with sawdust. He simply looked at me with an expression of profound realization. He saw the brass tags in my eyes, and for a fleeting second, he saw his own reflection in them, not as a man, but as a series of coordinates. He was gone. The new pillar that rose from the floor where he had stood was slender and graceful, its surface etched with the patterns of his DNA, turned into a decorative motif. He was a support beam now, holding up a section of the ceiling that represented the Pacific Northwest. The room sighed, the hunger receded, replaced by a cold, clinical satisfaction. I walked over to the new pillar and ran my hand along the grain. It was warm. It would stay warm for a few days until the last of Leo's biological heat was converted into the cabin's ambient temperature. I felt a slight tug in my chest, a residual memory of what it felt like to be cold, to be hungry, to be afraid, but it was fading. The eeliest thing out in the world was probably eating dinner right now, laughing at a joke, feeling the sun on its skin. It was welcome to it. That world was a lie, a thin veneer of light over an infinite darkness. Here, in the heart of the door, we had the truth. "The drift is increasing," the David thing said from his corner. He hadn't looked up from his ledger. "The Appalachian sector is losing its cohesion. We need more anchors in the east." I nodded. I could feel the shift. The geography was restless. The world was trying to grow back over the gaps we had carved, like skin over a wound. We had to keep cutting. We had to keep measuring. I walked to the center of the room and placed my hand on the bone pillar, my spine, the heart of the house. I closed my eyes and reached out through the grain. I felt the connections, the thousands of doors standing in thousands of places. I felt a doorway in a basement in London, a frame in a cornfield in Iowa, a closet door in a suburb in Tokyo. They were all part of me. They were all waiting. I chose a location, a hiking trail in the Catskills. Two teenagers were currently arguing about a map, their voices full of the arrogance of the young. They thought they knew where they were. They thought the lines on their GPS meant something. I shifted the room. The sensation was like a long, slow fall. The cedar walls groaned, the brass tags chimed against one another, and the air changed from the salty damp of Seattle to the sharp, piney chill of a New York autumn. The cabin didn't move through space. It reconfigured space around itself. When the movement stopped, I opened the door. The gray mist was thick here, clinging to the trunks of the oaks and maples. I stepped out onto the white stone, my feet making no sound. I wasn't the surveyor anymore, I was the landscape. I stood perfectly still, my long, pale arms hanging at my sides, my wooden face tilted toward the sound of the approaching voices. "I'm telling you, Toby, the trail was right here," a girl's voice said. She sounded tired, irritated. "The GPS is spinning, Chloe. It's the iron in the rocks or something. Let's just head back the way we came." "We can't, the path is gone, it's just mist." They emerged from the trees a few moments later. They were young, barely 20, dressed in bright colors that screamed for attention. They saw the door. They saw the frame standing alone in the clearing, a beacon of impossible order in the chaotic woods. I didn't move. I let them see me as a statue, a piece of folk art left behind by a forgotten hermit. I let them feel the curiosity, the fatal need to know. "What is that?" Chloe whispered, her hand tightening on her backpack strap. "It looks like a room," Toby said. He stepped closer, his fear losing the battle against his wonder. "Look at the light inside. It looks so warm." I felt the Sarah thing and the David thing moving behind me, preparing the chairs, sharpening the pencils, readying the brass. They were efficient now. They knew the rhythm. "Is someone in there?" Chloe called out. I didn't answer. I waited for them to reach the threshold. I waited for the moment their names would become mine. As they approached, I felt a strange vibration in the floorboards of my soul. It wasn't the hunger. It wasn't the survey. It was something else, a signal from the Elias thing. Somewhere miles away, the thing that had taken my place was standing in front of a mirror. It was looking at its eyes, my eyes, and seeing the first faint glint of brass. It was realizing that the trade wasn't a one-time transaction. The forest doesn't just take a life, it uses that life to grow. The Elias thing wasn't a replacement, it was a scout. It was a mobile door, a way for the cabin to reach into the heart of the cities, into the bedrooms and boardrooms, into the very places where people felt safest. The Elias thing smiled in the mirror, and back in the cabin, I smiled too. The geography was winning. The map was becoming the territory. "Come in," I whispered, my voice 1,000 years old and a second new. "We've been waiting to put you on the map." Chloe stepped forward. Toby followed. The brass tags began to hum. The bone pillar began to thump. Zump thump, zump thump. The door stayed open, a white mouth in the gray woods, waiting for the next name to fall. And far away, in a city full of millions of people, the Elias thing opened its front door and invited a neighbor in for coffee. The survey was expanding, the room was growing, and soon there would be no world left that didn't have a tag. The teenagers didn't stand a chance because they were looking for a monster, and the room was not a monster, it was a conclusion. Chloe reached the threshold first. She was wearing a silver locket, a cheap thing that pulsed with the rhythm of her heartbeat, and as she stepped onto the cedar, the silver tarnished instantly, turning the color of old, wet earth. She didn't notice. She was staring at the walls, her mouth hanging open in a silent O of suburban awe. To her, the infinite rows of brass tags looked like stars captured in amber. She thought she had found a secret, a hidden pocket of the universe where the rules of the mundane didn't apply. She was right, but she lacked the vocabulary to understand that the exception was about to become her entire reality. Toby was more hesitant. He was the kind of boy who measured his life in digital pings and signal bars. He kept looking at his phone, his thumb twitching over a screen that had gone as white and blank as the door itself. Chloe, wait, he said, his voice cracking. This isn't right. Look at the trees. They aren't moving anymore. He was observant, which was a pity. Observant ones tasted bitter. They resisted the categorization, their identities clinging to the edges of the room like burrs on wool. I watched him from my position against the inner wall, my body angled so that I appeared to be nothing more than a support timber carved in the likeness of a man. My eyes, those hard beads of brass, didn't blink. I was learning the art of the long wait, the stillness that precedes the harvest. It's beautiful, Toby, Chloe whispered. She reached out and touched a tag at eye level. It was Marcus's tag. The moment her fingertip brushed the metal, a spark of blue static jumped between the brass and her skin. She gasped, but she didn't pull away. The room was already numbing her. The Chloe that had walked into the woods was being dismantled. Her memories of the argument, her irritation at the map, her plans for the upcoming school dance, all of it was being pulled into the grain of the wood. What does it say? Toby asked, stepping over the threshold to join her. He was inside now. The trap was sprung. The door didn't move, but the forest outside simply ceased to be. The gray mist turned into a solid, unyielding wall of white pine. The teenagers didn't scream yet. They were in that transitional state where the brain refuses to accept the evidence of the senses, a cognitive lag that the room exploited with surgical precision. It says Marcus, Chloe said, her voice sounding hollow, as if she were speaking into a deep well. And this one says Sarah, and this one, Toby, there are so many. We need to go, Toby said, his voice rising in pitch. He turned back toward the door and saw only the wall. He reached out, his hands trembling, and felt the rough texture of the cedar. Where's the door? Chloe, where's the door? I stepped out of the shadow then. My movement was fluid, the sound of my footsteps a soft, rhythmic thud against the bone-reinforced floor. They both spun around, their eyes wide with the sudden, sharp terror of the prey. The door is a process, I said. My voice was no longer a whisper. It was a resonant chord, a vibration that seemed to come from the floorboards beneath their feet. It doesn't close, it just finishes. Chloe fell back against a shelf, her hand knocking a row of tags. They chimed, a discordant metallic sound that echoed through the vast, expanding chamber. She looked at me, and I saw the recognition dawning in her eyes, not that she knew me, but that she recognized the inevitability of me. I was the end of her story. I was the final period at the end of a long, rambling sentence. Who are you? Toby demanded, trying to sound brave, but his knees were shaking so violently that he had to lean against a pillar. He chose the pillar that had been Leo, the jogger. I felt the Leo thing stir deep within the wood, a faint, sympathetic vibration that lasted for only a second before the room quelled it. I am the surveyor, I said, and you are the data. You've been drifting, Toby. You've been unanchored. The world you came from is a place of shadows and approximations. Nothing there is permanent. Nothing there is true. Here we fix the coordinates. We make sure nothing is ever lost again. I don't want to be fixed, Chloe screamed. She tried to run toward the far end of the room, toward the infinite rows of chairs, but the floor shifted under her. The cedar boards became a series of rising waves, tripping her, pulling at her ankles. The David thing stood up from his desk. He didn't look at her with malice. He looked at her with the clinical interest of a man measuring a piece of fabric. He held out a blank tag. The transformation began in earnest then. It was faster with them because they were young, their identities still fluid, their roots shallow. Chloe's bright blue jacket began to turn into a dull gray lichen. Her hair, which had been a messy ponytail, stiffened into a spray of fine wooden needles. She reached out to Toby, her fingers elongating, the joints clicking as they turned into hinges. Toby watched her change, his own body betraying him. His skin was turning the color of parchment, and the light in his eyes was receding, replaced by the dull, steady glow of the amber lamps. He tried to speak, to call her name, but all that came out was a soft, dry whistling sound, the sound of wind through a hollow log. I watched them merge into the architecture of the room. It was a beautiful thing in its own cold way. They weren't dying, they were being translated. They were becoming part of a grander, more stable geometry. The room didn't just house the survey, it was the survey. Every new inhabitant added a new wing, a new shelf, a new layer of complexity to the map. As the last of their humanity was absorbed, two new chairs appeared near the David Thing's station. The Chloe Thing and the Toby Thing walked to them, their movements synchronized and silent. They sat down. They picked up their tools. They didn't look at each other. They didn't look at me. They simply began to work, their needles etching the names of people they would never meet, people who were even now walking toward one of the 1,000 doors scattered across the globe. I turned away from them and looked toward the center of the room. The bone pillar was pulsing with a new intensity. The influx of two young lives had given the room a burst of energy, a caloric spike that allowed the walls to push outward even further. I could feel the room reaching across the ocean, touching a doorway in a cramped apartment in Berlin, a garden gate in Buenos Aires, a cellar door in a farmhouse in Nebraska. But my attention was drawn to a specific connection, a thread of reality that felt different from the others. It was the Elias thing. Through the sensory link of the room, I saw what it saw. It was in a kitchen, my kitchen. The lighting was soft, the smell of roasted coffee and cinnamon filling the air. A woman was sitting across from it. It was Martha, my Martha. The Martha I had left behind in the Maine pines, the woman whose name I had almost forgotten in the heat of the transformation. The Elias thing was smiling at her. It was holding her hand, its fingers, my fingers, intertwined with hers. It looked perfectly human. It was warm, it was charming, it was everything I had been and more. It was the perfect version of me, the version that didn't have shadows, the version that didn't have doubts. But as I watched through its eyes, I saw the flaw. When the Elias thing blinked, its eyelids didn't move like skin. They moved like shutters, and in the depths of its pupils, if you looked closely enough, you could see the glint of the brass tags. It was subtle, a flicker of metallic light that most people would dismiss as a trick of the reflection. But Martha was observant. She was the one who had always known when I was lying, the one who could read the subtle shifts in my mood before I even felt them. She was looking at the Elias thing's eyes now. Her smile was faltering. "Elias," she whispered, "are you okay? You look different. The light in here is strange." The Elias thing didn't flinch. It squeezed her hand, its grip just a fraction too firm, its skin just a fraction too smooth. "I'm fine, Martha," it said. Its voice was a perfect imitation of mine, but I could hear the resonance of the cabin underneath it, the low, thumping heartbeat of the bone pillar. "I've just had a long day. The woods were exhausting." "You've been spending too much time out there," she said, her brow furrowing. She reached up to touch its face. Back in the cabin, I felt her touch. It was like a jolt of electricity, a reminder of a world that was messy and unmeasured. For a second, the wooden mask of my face cracked. A sliver of the old Elias, the man who had loved her, screamed from the depths of the cedar. I felt a sudden, violent urge to tear down the walls, to burn the tags, to find my way back to that kitchen and scream a warning. But the room was stronger than the man. The Sarah thing looked up from her work, her wooden eyes fixing on me. She didn't speak, but I felt her thought. The survey must continue. The map must be completed. The bone pillar in my chest throbbed. a heavy, rhythmic weight that crushed the rebellion before it could take root. The memory of Martha's touch didn't disappear, but it changed. It was no longer a feeling, it was a data point. Martha, female, age 46, coordinate 44, 3106 degrees N, 69, 7795 degrees W status, pending. I watched as the Elias thing leaned forward and kissed her. It was a cold kiss, a seal on a contract she didn't know she had signed. As their lips met, a small blank brass tag appeared on the table next to the sugar bowl. It was invisible to her, but to the Elias thing, and to me, it glowed with a predatory light. The Elias thing was no longer just a scout. It was a tether. It was anchoring the cabin to the one person who could truly destroy the illusion. If Martha accepted the Elias thing, if she let it into her life completely, the cabin would no longer need to hide in the woods. It would move into the house. It would move into the town. It would begin to consume the world from the inside out, turning every home into a hallway, every street into a shelf. I pulled back from the connection, the effort leaving me weak. I slumped against the wall, my wooden limbs heavy and unresponsive. Around me, the room was buzzing with activity. The Chloe thing and the Toby thing were working with a feverish intensity, their needles scratching out names at a rate that suggested the world outside was beginning to fray at the edges. The influx is increasing, the David thing said. He sounded almost excited, if a piece of furniture could feel excitement. The barriers are thinning. We are reaching the saturation point. I looked up at the ceiling, at the vast cedar-planked expanse that stretched into the darkness. I saw the scale of the work yet to be done. There were billions of names left to take. There were continents left to measure. The city of Seattle was already being processed. The Catskills were being folded into the grain. Soon, the entire planet would be nothing more than a series of drawers in a room that had no exit. I stood up and walked to the windowless wall. I could feel the next door preparing to open. This one was in a hospital in Chicago. A nurse was walking down a quiet corridor, her mind filled with the names of patients, the doses of medicine, the exhaustion of a double shift. She was looking for a supply closet, but she was going to find us instead. I reached out and touched the grain of the wood. I could feel her coming. I could feel her name, Elena, vibrating through the brass. "Welcome, Elena," I whispered. But as I prepared to greet her, a new sound echoed through the cabin. It wasn't the thumping of the bone pillar or the chiming of the tags. It was a sound from the world outside, a sound that shouldn't have been able to penetrate the cedar walls. It was the sound of a chainsaw. Far away in the main pines, someone was cutting down the trees. Someone was clearing the land where the first door had stood. I felt the vibration in my feet, a sharp, jarring sensation that threatened the stability of the room. The geography was being attacked. The physical anchors of the survey were being destroyed. The Sarah thing dropped her needle. The David thing stood up, his wooden face contorted in a silent scream. The Chloe thing and the Toby thing froze at their desks, their bodies trembling as the room shook. "They are breaking the map," the Sarah thing hissed. Her voice was a series of violent thumps. "They are erasing the coordinates." I felt a surge of hope, followed immediately by a wave of cold, calculated fury. The room didn't like to be interrupted. The survey didn't like to be challenged. I turned back to the center of the room. The bone pillar was glowing a fierce, angry red. The room wasn't just a passive observer, it was a living entity, and it was preparing to defend itself. "The Elias thing," I said, my voice cutting through the chaos. "It has to act, now." I reached back into the connection, back into the kitchen in Maine. The Elias thing was still there, sitting with Martha. It felt the vibration, too. It felt the threat to its source. It looked at Martha, and for the first time the mask slipped. Its face didn't just look like mine. It began to shift, the skin tightening into wood, the eyes turning to pure, unpolished brass. Martha screamed. She backed away from the table, her chair clattering to the floor. She saw the thing for what it was, a hollowed-out shell, a puppet of the forest. Elias, she sobbed, her back against the kitchen counter. What are you? Where is my husband? The Elias thing stood up. It didn't answer her. It reached for the brass tag on the table. It didn't need to wait for her to come to the door anymore. The door was already in the room. The door was the Elias thing itself. Back in the cabin, I felt the room shift. We weren't just expanding, we were collapsing the distance. The kitchen in Maine and the cabin in the woods were becoming one and the same. The walls of the house began to turn to cedar. The windows began to vanish. The smell of coffee was replaced by the smell of sawdust and old bone. No, I shouted, the word tearing through my wooden throat. Not her, not yet. But I wasn't in control. I was just another tag on the wall, another piece of the map. The room was hungry, and it was under attack. It needed more weight, more anchors, more names to stabilize its existence. I watched as the Elias thing reached out for Martha. I watched as the brass tag began to glow with her name, Martha. The chainsaw outside grew louder, the sound of tearing wood echoing through the dimensions. The cabin groaned, the floorboards buckling as the reality of the Maine pines fought against the reality of the survey. Tell me, I whispered, my voice lost in the roar of the transformation. What do you see on the horizon? Martha looked into the Elias thing's eyes, and in that moment of total terror, she saw me. She saw the real Elias, trapped in the grain, a prisoner of his own curiosity. She saw the miles of walls, the billions of tags, the infinite rows of the dead who were still working. She didn't scream this time. She just closed her eyes and let the wood take her. The room settled. The vibrations from the chainsaw dimmed, the sound absorbed by the sudden increase in the cabin's mass. Martha was no longer a person. She was a new wing of the archive, a beautiful, cedar-scented gallery that would house the history of everyone she had ever known. I sat back down in my chair. I picked up a blank tag. My fingers were stiff, but they were precise. I had a job to do. The survey was more important than the man. The map was more important than the world. Outside the door, the nurse in Chicago finally found the supply closet. She turned the handle and stepped inside. "Hello," she said, her voice echoing in the amber light. I didn't look up. I just started to write. The room was quiet now. The thumping of the bone pillar was the only sound left. It was a beautiful night for a map, and we had so many miles left to cover before the world was finally, perfectly silent. The survey continued. It would always continue, because a world without a name is a world that doesn't exist, and the room would never allow the world to end. It would only allow it to be filed away. The scratching of the needle against the brass became the only rhythm that mattered. I could feel Elena's confusion as she stood in the threshold, her rubber-soled nursing shoes squeaking against the bone-inlaid floor. To her, the transition was a blur of fluorescent lights turning into amber warmth, the sterile scent of antiseptic replaced by the suffocatingly sweet smell of ancient resin. She was looking for gauze and saline. She found an empire of mahogany and cedar. "This isn't the closet," she whispered, her hand still clutching the cold metal handle of a door that no longer led back to the hospital. I didn't answer her yet. I was watching the Marthawing manifest. It was a violent birth of architecture. From the spot where the Elias thing had claimed her, a new vaulted ceiling arched upward, its ribs made of polished spruce. The walls bled outward, pushing the Chicago hospital and the Maine woods into a distant, secondary reality. I felt Martha's memories being sorted with ruthless efficiency. Her childhood summers were being transcribed into the filigree of the crown molding. Her first heartbreak was being pressed into the grain of a new series of filing cabinets. She was being unfolded, her three-dimensional life flattened into the two-dimensional certainty of a blueprint. The David thing moved toward Elena. He didn't walk so much as glide, his wooden joints clicking like a clock. He held out the tray of blank tags. Elena backed away, her hip hitting a desk where a boy who used to be a student in London was busy cataloging the flora of the Amazon. "Please," Elena said, her voice trembling. "I have a shift. I have patience. Room 412 is waiting for his meds." "Room 412 is already here," the Seraphing said without looking up. She pointed to a shelf 3 rows down. A small, tarnished tag hung there, vibrating slightly. "He arrived 4 minutes ago." His heart stopped in the world of shadows. Here, his heartbeat has been repurposed to power the ventilation in the West Gallery. He is much more useful now. Elena's eyes went wide, reflecting the flickering amber lamps. She turned to run, but the floorboards under her feet elongated. The hallway she tried to escape through grew by 30 feet with every step she took. The room was playing with her, stretching the geometry to ensure she remained exactly where she was needed. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of something, not quite grief, but a phantom limb of emotion. It was the Martha wing. It was finished. The transition was complete, and the room had grown more stable, more arrogant. The chainsaw in the Maine woods was a distant memory now, a tiny pinprick of annoyance that had been smothered by the sheer weight of Martha's added mass. The surveyors in the forest would find nothing but an empty clearing and a sense of profound, inexplicable loss. "The saturation point is shifting," the David thing announced. He was looking at a massive, rotating globe in the center of the chamber, a globe made of interlocking bone fragments and brass wire. "The North American coordinates are 80% reconciled. We are beginning the deep harvest of the coastal cities." I looked at my hands. The wood was darker now, a deep, rich ebony that suggested I had been promoted within the hierarchy of the grain. I wasn't just a scribe anymore. I was becoming a pillar. I could feel the weight of the ceiling pressing down on my shoulders, and it felt right. It felt like a purpose. Elena had stopped running. She was slumped against a pillar, watching as her blue scrubs began to stiffen. The fabric was turning into a fine, woven wicker. Her stethoscope, draped around her neck, was melting into her chest, the binaurals becoming part of her collarbone, the diaphragm becoming a permanent seal over her heart. She wasn't fighting it anymore. The cognitive lag had ended. The room's logic had finally overwritten her own. "Who do I write?" she asked, her voice already losing its human resonance, becoming the dry rustle of autumn leaves. "You write the ones who are forgotten," I told her. "The ones who slip through the cracks of the other maps. The ones whose names are whispered only once before they vanish. You are the record of the lost." She nodded slowly. She walked to an empty desk, a desk that had literally grown out of the floor to meet her, and picked up a needle. She didn't need instructions. The knowledge was in the wood. It was in the air she breathed. As Elena began her work, I felt a new connection flare to life. This one was different. It wasn't a door opening, it was a breach. In a high-rise office in Tokyo, a man was staring at a computer screen. He was a data analyst, a man who dealt in numbers and trends. He had been tracking a series of anomalies, missing person reports that formed a perfect mathematical pattern across the globe. He had found the curve. He had seen the shape of the room without ever stepping inside it. He wasn't a victim yet. He was an observer, and the room hated to be observed from the outside. "He sees us," the Seraphim hissed, her needles flying across a brass plate. "He is drawing the map in the wrong world." "The Tokyo breach," the David thing said, his voice dropping an octave. "It must be sealed. The Elias thing is too far away. We need a new tether." I felt the room's intent focus on me. I was the one with the strongest remaining ties to the world of shadows, the one who still remembered the taste of coffee and the sound of a chainsaw. "Go," the room commanded. It wasn't a voice. It was a physical shove that sent my consciousness spiraling out of the cedar and into the dark. I didn't travel through space. I traveled through the grain. I moved through the infinite network of doors, passing through a cellar in London, a closet in Paris, and a freight elevator in New York, until I spilled out of a vent in the ceiling of the Tokyo office. I wasn't a man. I was a shadow made of sawdust and intent. I pooled on the floor behind the analyst, a dark stain on the pristine gray carpet. He didn't notice me. He was too busy staring at his screen, at a map of the world that was covered in red dots. "It's a grid," he muttered to himself. "It's not random. They're being harvested." I rose up behind him. I didn't have a face, not yet. I was a rough-hewn shape, a prototype of a person. I reached out a hand that ended in 5 sharp wooden points, and touched the back of his chair. He froze. He didn't turn around. He was smart enough to know that whatever was behind him wasn't part of the world he lived in. "The map is incomplete," I whispered. My voice was the sound of a floorboard creaking in an empty house. "You have the coordinates, but you lack the names." "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a breath. "I am the surveyor," I said, "and you have been drifting. You've been looking for a pattern in a world of shadows. I am here to show you the truth." I leaned over his shoulder. On his screen, the red dots began to glow. I reached out and touched the monitor. The glass didn't break, it rippled like water. The red dots turned into names, thousands of them. The names of the people I had etched into brass, the names Chloe and Toby and Martha and Alina. The analyst gasped. He reached out to touch the screen, his fingers trembling. As soon as his skin met the glass, the tether was established. The office began to change. The sleek, modern furniture didn't disappear. It was simply repurposed. The plastic of his computer monitor began to grain, turning into a dark, polished walnut. The cables under his desk stiffened into vines of bone and copper. The air in the room grew heavy with the scent of a forest that had never seen the sun. "What is this?" he cried out, finally turning to look at me. He saw a man made of cedar, a man with brass eyes and a heart of bone. He saw the end of his world and the beginning of the survey. "This is the resolution," I said. "This is where the data becomes permanent." I felt the room back in the wood surge with power. The Tokyo breach was sealed. The analyst was no longer an observer, he was a component. He began to shrink, his body folding in on itself, his skin turning to the color of old paper. He wasn't becoming a scribe, he was becoming a map. His skin was stretching out, becoming a vast, living parchment that would display the real-time progress of the harvest. As I watched him transform, I felt a pull from the cabin. My work here was done. I dissolved back into the shadows, back into the vent, and tumbled through the dimensions until I was standing once again in the center of the great chamber. The room had expanded again. It It was now so large that I couldn't see the far walls. The ceiling was lost in a haze of amber light and drifting sawdust. There were thousands of scribes now, their needles creating a constant, low-level hum that sounded like a swarm of bees. I walked to the bone pillar. It was massive now, a tower of ivory that pulsed with a deep, rhythmic thrum. I placed my hand against it and felt the heartbeat of the world. I could feel every door, every tether, every name. But then I felt something else. A door was opening, but it wasn't one we had created. It wasn't in a hospital or a kitchen or an office. It was in the room itself. In the deepest part of the archive, behind the rows of the forgotten, a small, unassuming door had appeared. It wasn't made of cedar or bone. It was made of something else, something dark and cold and utterly silent. It didn't have a handle. It didn't have a name. I felt a shiver run through the wood of my body. The Sarah thing and the David thing had stopped working. They were staring toward the back of the room, their wooden faces filled with something that looked remarkably like fear. "What is that?" the Sarah thing asked, her voice a hollow rattle. "That is not part of the survey." "The map is finite," a voice whispered. It didn't come from the room. It didn't come from the scribes. It came from the dark door. "You have measured the world of shadows," the voice continued. It was a cold, thin sound, like ice cracking on a winter pond. "You have catalogued the names of the living and the dead, but you have forgotten the one thing that cannot be measured." A figure stepped out of the dark door. It wasn't made of wood or bone. It was made of nothing, a silhouette of absolute void that seemed to swallow the amber light around it. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice echoing through the vast chamber. "I am the unnamed," the figure said. "I am the space between the coordinates. I am the silence at the end of the sentence." The figure walked forward, and everywhere it stepped, the cedar floorboards turned to ash. The brass tags fell from the walls, their names erased as if they had never been written. The scribes frozen at their desks, their wooden bodies crumbling into dust. The room screamed. It was a sound of rending timber and shattering bone, a physical manifestation of the archive's agony. The bone pillar began to crack, deep fissures spreading across its surface. "The survey is a lie," the unnamed said, stopping in front of me. "You cannot fix the world by trapping it. You cannot save the names by stealing them. You are not a surveyor. You are a grave robber." I looked at my hands, at the dark ebony skin that I had been so proud of. I saw the cracks forming in my own wrists. I saw the brass light in my eyes beginning to dim. "The map must be completed," I whispered, but the words felt hollow. "The map is already finished," the figure said. It reached out a hand of shadow and touched my chest, right where the bone pillar throbbed. "It ends here." The world exploded in a cloud of sawdust and white light. I felt myself falling. I wasn't falling through the room. I was falling through the layers of my own life. I saw Martha in the kitchen. I saw the Elias thing's face cracking. I saw the woods in Maine, the trees being cut down, the sun shining through the gaps in the canopy. I saw the door. The original door, the one in the clearings. It was standing open. I hit the ground with a thud that knocked the breath out of me. I wasn't made of wood. I was made of skin and bone and pain. I was cold. I was wet. I was covered in dirt. I looked up. I was in the clearing. The cabin was gone. The shelves were gone. The billions of names were gone. There was only the door, standing alone in the middle of the pines. It looked old and weathered. a harmless piece of junk left behind by a forgotten settler. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking. I looked around for Martha, for Toby, for Chloe, but the clearing was empty. The only sound was the distant whine of a chainsaw and the rustle of the wind in the needles. I walked to the door. I wanted to smash it. I wanted to burn it to the ground. But then I saw the brass plate on the handle. It was blank. I reached out, my hand trembling, and touched the cold metal. For a second, I expected the blue static to jump, expected the room to pull me back in. But nothing happened. The door was just a door. I turned away and started to walk toward the sound of the chainsaw. I didn't know if I could find my way home. I didn't know if Martha was still there, or if the Elias thing had left a void that could never be filled. But as I walked, I felt a weight in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out a small, tarnished brass tag. I held it up to the light. There was a name etched into it. It wasn't Martha's. It wasn't mine. It was a name I didn't recognize, a name from a city I had never visited. The survey wasn't over. It had just changed its shape. The room was gone, but the map was still being drawn, one name at a time, in the quiet spaces between the trees. I dropped the tag into the dirt and kept walking. I didn't look back. But behind me, in the silence of the clearing, I heard the soft, unmistakable sound of a door clicking shut. Would you like the summary of the next segment? I walked for hours, the sound of the chainsaw acting as a north star that refused to get any closer. My body felt heavy, a clumsy suit of meat and memory that didn't quite fit the soul that had spent too long as a creature of grain and resin. Every time my foot sank into the damp moss or caught on a protruding root, I expected to feel the splintering of wood, but there was only the dull ache of a human bruise. The transition back to the world of shadows was not a clean one. My mind was still partitioned, a vast library of filing cabinets trying to compress itself back into a single, fragile brain. The forest seemed different. It wasn't just the absence of the cabin or the predatory geometry of the room. The light itself felt thin, as if the sun was a dying bulb in a room too large for it. I realized then that the unnamed hadn't just destroyed the archive. It had punctured the veil. The world I was walking through was leaking. I reached a logging road, a scar of gravel and red clay that cut through the pines. Parked a few yards away was a rusted pickup truck, its engine idling with a rhythmic chug that sounded dangerously like the thumping of the bone pillar. A man stood by the tailgate, wiping grease from his hands onto a rag. He looked up as I approached, his face a map of deep lines and sun-damaged skin. "You look like you've been through a thresher, son," he said. His voice was gravelly, real, and terrifyingly small. "I got lost," I managed to say. My tongue felt thick, a piece of uncarved mahogany in my mouth. The cabin. I was looking for the clearing. The man squinted at me. "There ain't no cabins out this way, not for 20 miles. Just the old mill site, and that's been a hole in the ground since the 60s. I looked back at the trees. The tag in my pocket, the one I had dropped, felt like a hot coal in my memory. I hadn't dropped it. I could feel it now, pressed against my thigh through the denim of my jeans. I had tried to discard it, but the room didn't allow for subtractions. Once a name was in your possession, you were its keeper until it found its slot. "You need a lift?" the man asked. "Where are you going?" "Down to the junction. There's a diner, a payphone if it's working. You look like you need a phone." I climbed into the passenger seat. The interior of the truck smelled of tobacco and stale coffee. On the dashboard, a small plastic hula girl bobbed her hips in a mock dance. I stared at her, mesmerized by the repetition. It was a rhythm. Everything was a rhythm. The world was trying to rebuild its patterns, trying to convince me that the amber light and the bone-inlaid floors had been a fever dream. As we drove, the man kept talking, a low drone of local gossip and complaints about the timber prices. I didn't listen to the words, I listened to the names. Every time he mentioned a neighbor, Bill, Sarah, Old Man Miller, I felt a phantom needle twitch in my fingertips. I could see their tags in my mind's eye. I could see where they belonged in the West Gallery, or the new wing that Alina would have been responsible for. My wife, Martha, I interrupted, the name sticking in my throat like a burr. Have you seen her? She has a garden, near the edge of the woods. The man went quiet. He slowed the truck down, the tires crunching on the loose stone. He turned to look at me, and for a second his eyes didn't look human. They looked like polished brass, reflecting a light that shouldn't have been there. "Son," he said softly, "Martha's been filed." The truck didn't stop, but the world outside the windows did. The trees became a blurred streak of brown and green, a smear of oil paint on a canvas. The dashboard of the truck began to grain. The plastic hula girl's skirt turned into fine wood shavings. "No," I whispered, clutching the door handle. It was cold metal, then it was warm cedar, then it was bone. The unnamed. It destroyed the archive. I saw it fall. "The unnamed is just another surveyor," the man said, his voice now echoing with the resonance of 1,000 creaking floorboards. "He handles the deletions. He handles the space between. But the survey cannot stop, because the world cannot stop wanting to be known." I looked down at my hands. The ebony was returning, crawling up my fingers like a slow-moving stain. The bruise on my wrist was turning into a knot in the wood. "I won't go back," I said, though I knew the words were a breach of contract. "You never left," the man said. He stepped on the brake, and I was thrown forward, not into the dashboard, but through it. I didn't hit the ground. I hit a threshold. I was standing in a hallway. It was narrow, the walls lined with mirrors that didn't reflect my face, but rather the faces of people I had never met. I saw the data analyst from Tokyo. He was no longer a map, he was a door. His skin was stretched across a frame of cherry wood, his eyes 2 brass keyholes. I saw Alina. She was a chandelier now, her limbs twisted into a delicate, crystalline structure that held 100 flickering candles, each one fueled by a different memory of a patient she had lost. The archive hadn't been destroyed, it had been decentralized. The unnamed hadn't come to end the survey, he had come to expand it. The room was no longer a single location in the Maine woods or a supply closet in Chicago. The room was the world. Every door was a transition. Every person was a filing cabinet. The walls were just waiting for the names to be etched. I walked down the hallway, my wooden joints clicking in the silence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the tag. Adrian. I knew this name now. He was a boy in a village in the Andes. He was currently looking at a strange, weathered door that had appeared in the side of his father's barn. He was reaching for the handle. I found a hook on the wall between 2 mirrors. It was a small, unassuming peg made of a child's ribcage. I hung Adrian's tag there. The mirror to the left rippled. I saw the barn. I saw the boy. I saw the moment his world turned from sunlight to amber. "Welcome, Adrian," I whispered. I turned and kept walking. I had a job to do. The survey was more important than the man. The map was more important than the world. I reached the end of the hallway and found a door made of dark, heavy oak. It didn't have a name on it yet. I pulled a needle from my sleeve, a needle made of my own sharpened bone, and began to carve. I didn't write a name, I wrote a coordinate. The room groaned in satisfaction. The floorboards under my feet elongated, stretching toward a new horizon. Somewhere, in a world of shadows, a woman noticed a closet she had never seen before. Somewhere, a man found a door in his basement that led to a forest of cedar. The harvest was accelerating. I sat down at a desk that rose to meet me, its surface smooth and cold as a tombstone. I picked up a blank tag. My fingers were stiff, but they were precise. Outside the door, the world was screaming, but in here it was finally, perfectly silent. I looked up as a new scribe approached. It was a man made of rusted metal and old rags, his eyes glowing with the dull light of a dying sun. He held a tray of tags, each one vibrating with the frantic heartbeat of a city. "Tokyo is reconciled," he said, his voice the sound of grinding gears. "London is being sorted. The deep harvest has begun in the southern hemisphere." I nodded. I took a tag from his tray. "Lemartha." I stared at the name. It was the same name, but it wasn't her. It was a different Martha, a Martha from a seaside town in Italy who spent her mornings painting the gulls. She was being filed under artists of the transition. I began to etch. The needle hissed against the brass. The room was beautiful. It was a cathedral of everything that had ever been lost, a monument to the fact that nothing is ever truly gone if you have a place to put it. I felt a sudden, sharp tug at the back of my mind. A door was opening, not a door I had assigned, not a door the unnamed had created. It was a door in the very center of the bone pillar, a door that led into the heart of the room itself. I stood up, my wooden frame creaking. The other scribes didn't notice. They were lost in their work, their needles a rhythmic tide that drowned out the world. I walked toward the pillar. The thrumming was so loud now it felt like it would shake my teeth loose. The ivory was hot to the touch, pulsing with a wet, organic heat. The door in the pillar was small, no larger than a hand. It was made of a single, uncut diamond. I reached out and touched the diamond. It didn't open, it spoke. "The survey is incomplete," the pillar said. Its voice was the collective whisper of every name ever recorded. There is one name that has never been filed, one name that remains in the shadows. "Whose?" I asked. "Oh, yours." I froze. I looked down at my chest. There was no tag there. I had spent so long cataloging the world that I had forgotten I was a part of it. I was the surveyor, the scribe, the pillar, but I was also a name. "I am the room," I said, but the words felt like a lie. "You are a guest," the pillar replied, "and your stay has been extended long enough." The diamond door began to glow. A needle, longer and sharper than any I had ever seen, emerged from the center of the gem. It was made of pure, blinding light. "The final entry," the pillar whispered. I didn't run. I couldn't. The room wouldn't allow it. The geometry shifted, locking my feet into the floorboards, turning my legs into permanent supports for the west gallery. The needle of light moved toward my throat. I felt a surge of terror, followed by a profound sense of peace. This was the resolution. This was the point where the map became the world. The needle touched my skin. It didn't hurt. It felt like a cold breeze on a summer day. I felt my name being pulled out of me, not just the letters, but the taste of the coffee Martha used to make, the sound of the wind in the Maine pines, the feeling of the chainsaw's vibration in my palms. It was all being distilled, concentrated into a single, perfect point of light. The room around me began to dissolve. The mahogany walls, the cedar floors, the bone pillars, they were all being sucked into the diamond door. The scribes vanished, their needles falling to the floor with a sound like rain. I was alone in the void. There was no amber light. There was no scent of resin. There was only the diamond door and the needle of light. The needle finished its work. It retracted into the door, and the diamond began to spin. I saw my name. It wasn't written in brass. It was written in the stars. It was written in the gaps between the molecules. It was the fundamental frequency of the universe. "The survey is finished," the voice said. The diamond exploded. I wasn't falling this time. I was expanding. I was the room. I was the woods. I was the hospital in Chicago and the office in Tokyo. I was Martha and Alina and the Elias thing. I was the door. I stood in a clearing. It wasn't the clearing in Maine. It was a clearing at the end of time. There were no trees. There was no sun. There was only an infinite field of doors, stretching out in every direction as far as the eye could see. Each door was a life. Each door was a name. And they were all opens. I walked through the field, my feet making no sound on the white, silent ground. I passed a door of oak, a door of glass, a door of shadow. I stopped in front of a door made of simple, weathered pine. It was the door to the cabin. I reached out and touched the handle. It was warm. It felt like home. I opened the door and stepped inside. The cabin was empty, but the table was set for two. There was a pot of coffee on the stove, the steam rising in a gentle curl. The sun was shining through the window, casting long, golden streaks across the floor. I sat down in my chair. I picked up a blank tag. But I didn't write a name. I wrote a story. Once I began, the scratching of my pen the only sound in the quiet room. There was a door that knew names, but more importantly, it knew the people behind them. Outside the window, the field of doors began to fade. The woods returned. The birds began to sing. The survey was over. The map was complete. And for the first time in a very long time, the world was allowed to just be. I looked at the tag on the table. It wasn't brass. It was just a piece of paper. On it, in a handwriting that was finally, perfectly my own, I wrote the only name that mattered. H-O-M-E. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. The room was quiet. The woods were still. And somewhere in the distance, I heard the sound of a woman humming a song as she worked in her garden. I smiled. The door was closed, and this time it was locked from the inside. The silence was not an end, but a deep, resonant breath. I sat in the cabin, the steam from the coffee mug curling toward the rafters like a phantom ribbon, and for a long time I did nothing but exist. The wood of the chair was just wood. The air in my lungs was just air. The frantic, clicking architecture of the archive had been folded away into a dimension I no longer had to inhabit, yet the weight of it remained in the marrow of my bones. I was a library that had been burned down, and in the ashes, I was finding the shapes of the original trees. But the peace was a fragile thing. As the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting the clearing into that bruised, purple twilight I remembered from 1,000 years ago, I noticed something on the edge of the table. It was a small, hand-carved box I hadn't noticed before. It wasn't made of the predatory mahogany or the bone-white ivory of the pillar. It was simple birch, the grain honest and rough. I reached for it, my fingers hesitant. Even now, a part of me expected the wood to ripple, to demand a price in blood or memory. But the box remained still. I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried lavender, was a single key. It wasn't brass. It was made of glass, so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the flickering light of the stove. I picked it up. It was cold, colder than the winter air outside. As my skin made contact with the glass, the humming returned. It wasn't the roar of the pillar, but a faint, melodic vibration, like a distant choir singing behind a heavy curtain. I looked at the door of the cabin. It was the door I had just locked from the inside. But as I watched, the wood began to change. The weathered pine didn't turn back into the archive's finery. Instead, it became transparent. I could see through the grain, through the layers of paint and history, into the clearing beyond. But it wasn't the clearing I knew. Beyond the door, the world was a kaleidoscope of overlapping realities. I saw the logging road where the man in the truck had found me. I saw the hospital hallway where Elena had walked. I saw the garden where Martha was currently kneeling, her hands deep in the soil, unaware that the husband who had returned to her was a man rewritten by the stars. The glass key in my hand began to pulse. I realized then that the survey hadn't ended because it was finished. It had ended because it had reached its final, most dangerous stage, integration. The map was no longer being drawn on tags. It was being laid over the world itself. The boundaries were gone. I stood up, the chair scraping against the floorboards, a sound that felt like a scream in the stillness of the room. I walked to the door. The glass key fit perfectly into the lock, though there was no visible keyhole until the moment of contact. When I turned the key, the cabin didn't open to the woods. It opened into a space that was everywhere at once. I stepped through. I was standing in the middle of a crowded city street at noon. People blurred past me, a river of overcoats and umbrellas, their faces focused on the invisible goals of their daily lives. But I could see them differently now. Above every head, a faint, shimmering thread rose into the sky, a silver umbilical cord connecting them to the great archive. I could see their names, not etched in brass, but written in the way they carried their shoulders, the way they avoided eye contact, the way they sighed into their coffee. The survey was still happening. It was happening in real time. Every breath these people took was a data point. Every heartbreak was a new wing in a gallery that existed in the spaces between their heartbeats. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I spun around, expecting the unnamed, expecting the bone needle or the brass-eyed man. It was Toby. He looked exactly as he had the day he disappeared into the closet, but his eyes were older than the sun. He wasn't wearing his pajamas anymore. He was dressed in a suit of dark gray, the fabric shimmering with the same oily light I had seen in the archive. You did well, Elias, he said. His voice was no longer a child S. It was the sound of 1,000 books being shelved at once. You brought the map home. Toby, I whispered, my voice breaking. What is this? Where are we? We're in the index, Toby said, gesturing to the bustling city. This is where the names live before they're harvested, and after. The room wasn't a prison, Elias. It was a filter. It was the only thing keeping the weight of all this from crushing the world. He pointed to a woman crossing the street. She was crying, her phone pressed to her ear. I could see her thread. It was jagged, pulsing with a deep, angry red. She's losing someone, Toby said. In the old way, her grief would have stayed with her, a private ghost. But now, because of the door you opened, her grief has a shelf. It has a coordinate. It's being shared by the structure. I didn't want this, I said, looking at the silver threads. I wanted to go home. I wanted to be with Martha. You are with her, Toby said softly. He reached out and touched my chest. Through his fingers, I felt a sudden, sharp connection. I wasn't just standing on a city street. I was also in the garden. I was the dirt under Martha's fingernails. I was the smell of the rosemary she was crushing between her palms. I was the warmth of the sun on her back. I was also in the archive, sitting at the desk, carving the names of the dead. I was also in the truck, riding down the logging road, listening to the man talk about timber prices. I was everywhere. I was the surveyor and the surveyed. The door that knew names didn't just know them, Toby explained. It became them, and so did you. You're the master scribe now, Elias. You don't need a room anymore. The world is your parchment. I looked down at my hands. They were human, soft, and lined with the history of my life. But when I moved them, they left trails of light in the air. I realized that the glass key hadn't been for a door. It had been for me. What happens now? I asked. The harvest continues, Toby said, his expression turning solemn. But the unnamed is hungry. He doesn't want to just file the names. He wants to eat the meaning behind them. He wants the void to be the only thing left on the map. As he spoke, the sky above the city began to flicker. The silver threads turned black, one by one, like fuses being lit. The people on the street stopped. They didn't scream, they simply went hollow. Their eyes turned into empty sockets, and their names, the beautiful, complex stories I could see written in their auras, evaporated into a cold, gray mist. He's here, Toby whispered. The ground beneath us didn't shake, it thinned. The pavement turned back into the bone-white floor of the pillar room. The skyscrapers melted into shelves of brass tags. The city was being reclaimed by the geometry of the archive, but it was a corrupted version, a ruin of what I had built. From the end of the street, a figure emerged. It wasn't the towering shadow I remembered. It was a man in a simple gardener's outfit, carrying a pair of shears. But where his face should have been, there was only a mirror. As he approached, I saw myself in the mirror. I saw the version of me that had stayed in the woods. I saw the version of me that had died in the Chicago supply closet. I saw 1,000 Eliases, all of them screaming. The survey is a lie, the mirror man said, his voice a perfect imitation of my own. There is no map. There is only the counting of the dead. Why record the names if the voices are gone? Why build a library for a world that's burning? He held up the shears. They were made of the same light as the needle that had pierced my throat in the pillar. I am the dilation, he said. I am the space between the words, and I have come for the index. Toby stepped in front of me, his small frame suddenly casting a shadow that covered the entire street. He's not ready, Toby said to the mirror man. He is the one who opened the door, the mirror man replied. He is the one who brought the room into the light. He is responsible for the exposure. The mirror man lunged, not at Toby, but at the silver threads above the crowd. With a single snip of the shears, a dozen threads were severed. The people attached to them didn't fall. They vanished, not just from the street, but from memory. I tried to remember the face of the woman who had been crying on her phone, but she was gone. The space she had occupied was filled by the gray mist. Even the feeling of her grief, which had been vibrating in my mind a moment ago, was extinguished. It was a total erasure. "Stop it," I shouted, reaching out with the glass key. The key flared with a blinding white brilliance. The light hit the mirror man, and for a second, the mirror on his face cracked. Behind the glass, I saw a glimpse of something ancient and tired, a creature that had been doing this since the first name was ever spoken, a creature that was as much a slave to the survey as I was. "You can't stop the deletion, Elias," the creature whispered, the cracks in its face weeping a dark, resinous fluid. "You can only choose what to save." The archive city began to collapse. The shelves groaned under the weight of the void. The silver threads were snapping like guitar strings, a discordant symphony of loss. Toby grabbed my arm. "The tag, Elias, the one you wrote, home." I reached into my pocket. The piece of paper was there, but it was no longer paper. It had turned into a heavy, glowing ingot of pure gold. "Focus on the name," Toby commanded. "Not the place. The name, the mining, define it." I closed my eyes. The world was screaming. The mirror man's shears were clicking closer and closer, and the gray mist was beginning to swallow my own feet. I thought of Martha, not just her name, but the way she smelled of wood smoke and flour. I thought of the way she looked when she was frustrated with a crossword puzzle. I thought of the silence we shared on the porch, a silence that didn't need to be filed or categorized because it was complete in itself. I thought of the word home. It wasn't a coordinate. It wasn't a building. It was the refusal to be erased. It was the anchor in the storm of the survey. I held the gold ingot up and screamed the word into the void. The gold didn't explode. It melted. It poured out of my hands like liquid sun, spreading across the bone-white floor, flowing into the cracks of the city, climbing up the silver threads. Wherever the gold touched, the gray mist retreated. The people who had vanished didn't return, but the holes they left behind were sealed. The memory of them remained. The grief of the woman on the phone returned, sharp and painful and real, and I welcomed it. The mirror man howled, a sound of grinding stone and breaking glass. He shattered into a million shards, each one reflecting a different forgotten name. Then there was a great shifting. The city, the archive, the clearing, they all spun together in a centrifugal roar. I felt myself being pulled apart, my consciousness scattered across the map I had helped create. When the spinning stopped, I was lying on the floor of the cabin. The sun was up, the coffee was cold. I sat up, my head throbbing. My hands were stained with gold, a shimmering residue that wouldn't wash off. I walked to the window. The clearing was there. The pines were there. But at the edge of the woods, there were no more doors. The trees were just trees. I walked out onto the porch. The air was crisp and smelled of autumn. I looked down at the garden. Martha was there. She was standing by the fence, looking toward the woods. When she saw me, she didn't scream. She didn't look at me like I was a stranger or a ghost. She just smiled, a small, weary smile that contained a lifetime of waiting. "You've been gone a long time, Elias," she said. "I know," I replied, my voice sounding strange and new in the morning air. I walked down the steps and toward her. As I got closer, I saw a small brass tag hanging from a string around her neck. I froze. "What is that?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. She looked down at the tag, then back at me. I found it in the garden this morning. It has a name on it. She held it up so I could see. It didn't say Martha. It didn't say Elias. It said the scribe's wife. I looked at the woods. I could feel it now, the presence. The archive wasn't gone. It had just gone underground. It was the root system of the world now. Every tree was a pillar. Every leaf was a tag. The survey would never be over, but the rules had changed. It's beautiful, I said, taking her hand. Her skin was warm, and for the first time, I didn't feel the need to carve anything into it. We walked back toward the cabin together. I didn't look back at the trees. I didn't need to. I knew they were watching. I knew they were recording this moment, filing it under return or grace or the end of the beginning. As we stepped through the door, I felt a faint, familiar click. The door didn't just close, it settled. The map was still being drawn, but for now, the ink was dry. I sat down at the table and picked up my pen. There was one more story to tell, one more name to record before the light failed. I looked at the blank page and began to write. Not for the archive, not for the unnamed. For us. The door that knew names, I wrote, finally learned how to forget. But forgetting was a skill I had yet to master. Martha moved about the kitchen with a fluidity that suggested the world had never fractured. She hummed the song I had heard from the distance of my dream state, a low, melodic vibration that seemed to anchor the cabin to the earth. Yet every time she turned her back, I saw the brass tag glint against her collarbone. It was a brand, a title bestowed by a power that didn't recognize her as a woman, only as a variable in my own equation. The coffee's gone cold, she said, her voice pulling me back from the precipice of the woods. I'll put a fresh pot on. You look like you've walked from one end of the continent to the other, Elias. Further than that, I whispered. I watched her hands. They were steady as she scooped the grounds. I looked for the silver thread above her head, the umbilical cord to the great archive. It was there, but it was different now. It was laced with the liquid gold I had released in the index. It didn't look like a tether. It looked like a vein of light, pulsing in time with her breathing. Martha, I said, the name feeling heavy in my mouth. Do you remember the day I left? She paused, the scoop hovering over the canister. A shadow crossed her face, a flicker of something ancient and jagged. I remember the door, she said softly. I remember you looking at the wood like it was speaking to you. And then I remember the silence. It wasn't just that you were gone. It was that the house forgot you were ever here. The chairs felt like they'd never been sat in. The bed felt like it had only ever known one person. She turned to face me, her eyes searching mine. I spent years trying to remember your face, Elias, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw a blank space, a shape where a man should be, until this morning. This morning, I woke up and the shape had a name again. She reached up and touched the brass tag, and I found this. It felt right, like a key that had finally found its lock. I felt a cold shiver of dread. The archive hadn't let us go. It had simply changed its method of filing. We were no longer items on a shelf. We were the shelf itself. We were the living infrastructure of a memory that belonged to something else. Give it to me, I said, standing up. My chair groaned, the sound echoing with the same hollow resonance of the pillar room. The tag, she asked, her brow furrowing. Why, it's mine. It's not a gift, Martha. It's a coordinate. I stepped toward her, reaching for the string. As my fingers brushed the brass, the room tilted. For a split second, the kitchen walls vanished. I was standing in a void of infinite white, and Martha was a pillar of salt, her life story written in microscopic script across her skin. I saw her birth, her first scraped knee, the moment she first saw me at the county fair, the decades of lonely grief, all of it was being compressed, digitized, and fed into the roots of the trees outside. I pulled back, gasping. The kitchen rushed back into place. Martha was staring at me, her expression one of mild alarm. Ilias, you're shaking. We have to leave, I said, my voice cracking. We can't stay in the cabin, the survey. It's integrated. If we stay here, we're just data points. We're being used to stabilize the map. Leave to go where? She looked around the small, warm room. This is our home. You wrote it yourself, didn't you? On that paper. I looked at the table. The gold-stained paper was still there, the word HOME glowing faintly in the dimming light. But I realized now that by naming this place, I had finalized its entry in the archive. I had given the unnamed the very thing it needed to anchor its geometry to my reality. I walked to the door I had locked from the inside. I put my hand on the glass key, which I had placed on the mantel. It felt like a sliver of ice. Toby said I was the master scribe, I muttered to myself. If I wrote the entry, I can edit it. I grabbed the pen from the table. The ink wasn't black. It was a shimmering, oily substance that smelled of ozone. I didn't return to the paper. Instead, I walked to the wall beside the door. "What are you doing?" Martha asked, her voice trembling now. "I'm changing the index," I said. I began to write on the wood of the cabin. I didn't write names. I wrote contradictions. I wrote about the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I wrote about the feeling of a secret kept for 40 years. I wrote about the specific, unquantifiable way a heart skips when it's startled. I wrote everything that the archive couldn't categorize, the messy, illogical, beautiful debris of being human. As I wrote, the cabin began to hum, not the choir song of the index, but a low, vibrating growl of protest. The floorboards buckled. The brass tag around Martha's neck began to heat up, glowing a dull, angry red. "Nelia's, stop, it hurts," she cried out, clutching at her throat. I froze, the pen hovered over the wood. I looked at her, and my heart broke. The very thing I was doing to save her was tearing her apart because she was already part of the system. To edit the world was to edit the people in it. "I can't," I whispered, the pen falling from my hand. The humming stopped, the cabin settled, but the air felt thinner, more artificial. A knock came at the doors. It wasn't the frantic pounding of someone lost in the woods. It was 3 slow, rhythmic thuds, precise, official. I looked at the glass key. It was vibrating. "Don't open it," I said to Martha, though she was nowhere near the door. The knock came again. This time, a voice followed. It wasn't Toby's, and it wasn't the Mirror Man's. It was a voice that sounded like a composite of every person I had ever met, 1,000 vocal cords vibrating in perfect, terrifying unison. "The scribe is requested," the voice said. "The ledger has a gap. There is a name that will not settle." I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. Standing in the clearing was a man in a surveyor's vest. He held a transit level and a stack of brass plates. Behind him, the woods were no longer trees. They were rows upon rows of filing cabinets, stretching up into the clouds, their drawers hanging open like hungry mouths. The world hadn't just been mapped, it had been archived while I was sleeping. Who is the name? I asked through the glass. The surveyor looked up. His face was a blank slate of skin, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Yet the voice issued from him clearly. The name is yours, Elias. You wrote home on the tag, but you forgot to sign the entry. A map without a cartographer is a lie. A story without an author is a ghost. He held up one of the brass plates. It was blank. Sign the world, Elias, the voice commanded. Give yourself to the index, and the woman will be spared the deletion. She will be allowed to remain in the garden. She will be a permanent entry, protected, filed, safe. I looked back at Martha. She was standing by the stove, her hands still hovering over the coffee pot. She looked like a photograph, perfect, still, and hauntingly fragile. If I signed that plate, she would be preserved forever in this moment. She would never age, never hurt, and never leave. But she would also never truly lie. She would be a specimen in a jar, labeled the scribe's wife. And if I don't, I asked. Then the gap remains, the surveyor said, and the archive abhors a vacuum. It will pull everything into the hole, starting with her. The floor beneath Martha's feet began to turn gray. The mist I had seen in the city was seeping up through the floorboards, cold and hungry. It licked at the hem of her dress, and wherever it touched, the fabric lost its color, turning into the same bone-white ash as the pillar room. Elias, she whispered. She was starting to fade. Her hand on the stove became transparent. I could see the copper pipes through her palm. I looked at the glass key on the mantel. I looked at the gold-stained paper on the table, and then I looked at my own hands. The gold residue was pulsing. It wasn't just a stain. It was a residue of the index itself, the power to define reality. I didn't take the brass plate from the surveyor. I didn't sign the ledger. Instead, I picked up the glass key and walked to Martha. I'm sorry, I whispered. Elias, what are you? I didn't let her finish. I pressed the glass key against the brass tag at her neck. The reaction was instantaneous. The transparency of the glass met the rigidity of the brass, and the two began to cancel each other out. A spark of pure violet light erupted between them, throwing shadows against the walls that looked like soaring birds. The cabin shook. The filing cabinets in the woods began to topple, their drawers spilling millions of tags into the dirt like metallic snow. The surveyor screamed, a sound of tearing paper, and collapsed into a heap of empty clothes. I am not the scribe, I roared into the wind that was now tearing through the room. And she is not the wife. We are the ones who walk through. I twisted the key, not in a lock, but against the tag itself. I felt a resistance, a cosmic friction, as if I were trying to turn the axis of the earth. My muscles burned. The gold on my hands flared white-hot. With a final, shattering crack, the brass tag broke. The violet light swallowed us both. When my vision cleared, I wasn't in the cabin. I wasn't in the woods. I was standing on a train platform. The air was thick with the smell of diesel and wet pavement. It was raining, a cold, gray drizzle that felt wonderful against my skin. People were rushing past, their faces obscured by umbrellas, their voices lost in the announcement of arrivals and departures. I looked down at my hands. The gold was gone. They were just the hands of an old man, trembling slightly in the cold. I looked beside me. Martha was there. She was wearing a heavy wool coat I didn't recognize. She was holding a suitcase, her knuckles white as she gripped the handle. She looked confused, blinking against the harsh fluorescent lights of the station. She reached up to her neck. Her hand found only skin. The tag was gone. "Elia's?" she asked. Her voice was thin, drowned out by the screech of a train pulling into the station. "I think we're in Chicago," I said, looking at a sign hanging from the rafters. "Chicago," she repeated the word like it was a foreign language. But the cabin, the garden. They were part of the map, Martha. They were the places the door knew. This is the place the door forgot. I looked around the station. I looked for the silver threads above the heads of the commuters. I looked for the shimmering, oily light of the archive. There was nothing. The world was dull, gray, and wonderfully, miraculously ordinary. There were no tags, no pillars, no master scribe. But as we walked toward the exit, I saw a small child sitting on a bench. He was drawing in a sketchbook with a charred piece of wood. As we passed, he looked up. His eyes were a bright, piercing blue. He didn't say anything. He just held up his sketchbook. On the page, he had drawn a door. It was a simple drawing, the kind a child makes, a rectangle with a circle for a handle. But as I looked at it, the lines seemed to shift. The drawing wasn't of a door, it was made of names. Thousands of them, written in a script so small it was almost invisible. The child smiled and turned the page. On the next page, he had drawn two figures walking into a crowd. They had no names written over them. They were just two shapes, blurred by the rain, disappearing into the vast, unmapped world. I reached into my pocket and found a single piece of paper. It was the tag I had written in the cabin. It wasn't gold anymore. It was just a scrap of paper, wrinkled and stained with coffee. I looked at the word I had written. H-O-M-E. I crumpled it up and dropped it into a trash can as we stepped out onto the street. The rain fell on us, washing away the last of the woods, the last of the brass, the last of the survey. We stepped into the flow of the city, two more nameless faces in a world that finally, mercifully, knew nothing about us at all. Behind us, the station doors swung shut. For the first time in my life, I didn't look back to see if they were locked. It didn't matter. The story was over. The world was just the world, and that was more than enough. The roar of Chicago was a different kind of silence. It was the sound of a million lives overlapping without the need for a ledger to hold them in place. We stood on the corner of Jackson and State, the wind whipping off the lake with a sharp, medicinal bite that tasted of salt and exhaust. Martha gripped my arm, her fingers digging into the wool of my sleeve as if she expected the pavement to liquefy beneath us. "It's so loud, Elias," she whispered. Her eyes were wide, darting from the towering glass monoliths to the rushing river of yellow taxis. "It's so loud and nobody is watching." "That's the gift," I said, though my own heart was hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. In the archive, every sound was a recording. Here, it's just noise. It vanishes the moment it's made. We walked. We had no destination, no coordinates, and most importantly, no map. For the first hour, every time we passed a doorway, a recessed shop entrance, the heavy bronze gates of a bank, the revolving glass of an office building, I felt a phantom hitch in my breath. I waited for the click. I waited for the sensation of the world folding in on itself, for the smell of pine and old paper to replace the scent of rain and roasting nuts from a street vendor. But the doors remained just doors. They were apertures of wood and metal that led only to rooms, not to dimensions. As the sun began to sink, casting long, bruised shadows across the city, we found a small diner tucked into the ground floor of a crumbling brick walk-up. The neon sign sputtered, casting a rhythmic red glow over the sidewalk. the blue plate. "Are you hungry?" I asked. Martha looked at the sign, then at me. "I don't know. I haven't felt the need to eat in. I don't know how long. Time didn't work like that there." "It works like that here," I said, gently pulling her toward the entrance. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of grease and cheap tobacco. A waitress with tired eyes and a name tag that said Shirley gestured toward a booth in the back. I looked at the tag. It was plastic, scratched, and utterly devoid of power. It was just a way for people to call her over for more coffee. It wasn't a definition. We sat down. The vinyl of the booth was cracked, revealing the yellow foam beneath. Martha ran her hand over the tier, her expression one of profound wonder. "It's broken," she murmured. "Yes," I said. "And no one is coming to fix it. No one is going to record that the vinyl is torn at 5:42 p.m. in a diner on the corner of nowhere." "No one," I promised. She let out a breath she seemed to have been holding for half a century. Her shoulders dropped. The tension that had defined her posture since I found her in the garden began to dissolve. She looked at the menu with the intensity of a scholar deciphering a lost codex, but when Shirley came over, Martha just ordered a grilled cheese and a glass of milk. I ordered black coffee. When it came, it was hot, scaldingly, beautifully hot. It wasn't the cold, stagnant brew from the cabin. It was a liquid reminder of the present moment. As we ate, I watched the people through the window. They were messy. They were shouting into their phones, tripping over their shoelaces, laughing at jokes I couldn't hear. They were unfiled. They were a chaotic, glorious ink blot on the universe's page. I realized then that the archive wasn't just a library. It was a prison for the soul's potential. By naming every leaf and every heartbeat, the unnamed had been trying to freeze the universe into a static, perfect tomb. "Elias," Martha said, her voice steady now. "What happens when the money runs out? What happens when we have to tell someone who we are?" I reached into my pocket. I expected to find nothing, or perhaps more of that shimmering gold dust. Instead, I pulled out a heavy leather wallet. I opened it. Inside were a few $100s in crumpled bills and a driver's license. I pulled the card out and laid it on the Formica table. The face in the photo was mine, but younger, the eyes less haunted. The name on the card was Elias Thorne. "It gave us a life," she whispered, leaning in to look at the card. "No," I said, sliding the card back into the wallet. "It didn't give us anything. This is the residue of the displacement. When I turned that key against your tag, I didn't just break the connection. I forced the archive to compensate for our loss. It had to balance the equation. It couldn't just delete us. The energy had to go somewhere. It poured us back into the world, and it had to create a history to catch us." I looked at her. "We have a past now, Martha, one we never lived. Somewhere in this city or another one, there's a paper trail. A birth certificate, a marriage license, a tax return. We've been integrated into the noise." "Is it a lie?" she asked. "It's a story," I replied. "And in this world, a story is as good as the truth if enough people believe it." We left the diner and began to walk again. The city was truly dark now, lit by the artificial constellations of street lamps and office windows. We found ourselves near the lake, where the skyscrapers gave way to the vast, black expanse of Michigan. The water crashed against the concrete barriers with a rhythmic, mindless violence. I stopped by a park bench and sat down, pulling Martha down beside me. The cold was beginning to seep through my coat, a reminder of my own mortality. It was a wonderful feeling. "I keep thinking about the boy," I said, looking out at the dark water, "the one on the platform." The scribe, Martha asked. Maybe he was just a kid who likes to draw. That's the terror of it, isn't it? We'll never know for sure if we're truly free, or if this is just a larger room in a bigger house. Martha leaned her head on my shoulder. Does it matter? I thought about the pillars of salt. I thought about the mirror man and his endless, agonizing reflection. I thought about the doors that led to nowhere and the names that were carved into the skin of the world. No, I said, I don't think it does. I reached into my other pocket and felt something small and hard. My heart skipped. I pulled it out, fearing it was a brass tag, a final tether to the woods. It was a key, a simple, silver-colored house key. There was a small plastic tab attached to it with a handwritten address in a neighborhood called Rogers Park. It seems we have a home, I said, holding the key up so it caught the light of a passing car. A real one, Martha asked, with a garden that grows because of the sun and not because of the ink. We'll have to see, I said. We caught a bus heading north. The ride was long and jerky. I watched the city change, the glittering downtown towers giving way to brick apartments and small storefronts. People got on and off, bringing the smell of the world with them: perfume, rain, old books, laundry, detergent. I found myself memorizing the curve of a stranger's shoulder, the way a woman bit her lip while reading a paperback, the sound of a teenager's muffled music. I wasn't recording them for an archive. I was just looking. I was witnessing them without the need to own their names. We got off at a stop near the lake, where the trees were bare and skeletal against the night sky. The address on the key led us to a 3-flat graystone. It looked like 1,000 other buildings in the city, solid, unassuming, and weathered. I climbed the steps, my hand shaking as I fit the key into the lock. It turned with a simple, mechanical click. No violet light, no shifting dimensions, just the sound of a deadbolt sliding back. We stepped inside. The apartment was small and smelled faintly of lemon wax and dust. There was furniture, a velvet sofa that had seen better days, a sturdy wooden table, a bookshelf filled with titles I recognized from my youth. It felt lived in, though I knew we had never set foot here. There were photographs on the mantel. I walked over to look at them. They were pictures of us. There was one of Martha laughing on a beach, her hair windswept. There was one of me standing in front of a chalkboard, a piece of chalk in my hand. There were photos of us at dinners, at weddings, in parks. A lifetime of memories we had never made, curated by a force that understood the shape of a human life but not the substance of it. It's perfect, Martha whispered, touching the frame of the beach photo. It's a beautiful lie, Elias. It's a foundation, I said. We can build something real on top of it. I went to the window and looked out. The street was quiet. A lone car drove by, its headlights sweeping over the parked cars. Across the street, a small park was nestled between the buildings. The trees there were just trees. Their roots didn't lead to a library. Their leaves didn't hold the names of the dead. But as I watched, a figure stepped out from behind a large oak tree. My breath hitched. The figure was small, wearing a bright yellow raincoat that stood out against the gray-black of the night. It was the boy from the train station. He didn't look at the apartment. He didn't wave. He simply walked to the center of the small park, knelt down, and began to draw in the dirt with a stick. I stood frozen at the window, my hand clutching the curtain. I waited for the world to start spinning. I waited for the room to dissolve into a pillar of white light. The boy finished his drawing, stood up, and brushed his hands together. He looked up then, straight at my window. Even from this distance, his eyes seemed to glow with a soft, internal light. He tapped his temple, smiled, and then turned and ran off into the shadows of the alleyway. I stayed at the window for a long time, watching the spot where he had been. Eventually, my curiosity overcame my fear. "I'll be right back," I told Martha. She was in the kitchen, opening cupboards, marveling at the mundane reality of canned soup and boxes of pasta. I ran down the stairs and out into the cold air. I crossed the street, my boots crunching on the dead leaves. I reached the center of the park and looked down at the dirt. The boy hadn't drawn a door. He hadn't drawn a name. He had drawn a circle, and inside the circle, he had written a single sentence in that same microscopic, shimmering script. "The map is not the territory." I stared at the words until the wind began to blow the dirt away, blurring the letters into nothingness. I realized then that the archive hadn't let us go because I had beaten it. It had let us go because I had finally understood the one thing it couldn't, that a name is just a sound and a map is just a picture. The reality of a thing exists in the space between the word and the object, in the unnameable, unfileable experience of being alive. I looked up at our apartment window. Martha was there, looking down at me. She waved, a simple human gesture. I waved back. I walked back to the building, but as I reached the door, I paused. I looked at the wood of the door frame. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small pocket knife I found there, another gift from our new synthetic past. I didn't carve my name. I didn't carve a tag. I simply made a small, shallow notch in the wood, a mark to say that I had passed through, not as a scribe, not as a surveyor, and not as a ghost. I went inside and closed the door. It didn't settle, it didn't click with the weight of destiny. It just shut, keeping the cold out and the warmth in. In the kitchen, Martha had put a pot of water on the stove. "I found some tea," she said, "and some honey. Do you think we'll sleep tonight, Elias? Real sleep?" "I think so," I said, sitting down at the table. I looked at the blank wall across from me. For the first time in years, I didn't feel the urge to fill it with words. I didn't feel the need to justify my existence to a silent, hungry archive. The door that knew names was gone. In its place was a world that knew nothing, and for the first time in my life, I was perfectly content to be part of the mystery. We sat in the quiet of our new, unwritten life, listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the distant, comforting sound of the city breathing. The ink was dry, the ledger was closed, and outside in the dark, the unmapped world went on forever. The tea was bitter, cheap, and scorched by the overeager flame of the stove, but I drank it with a reverence that bordered on the religious. Martha sat across from me, her hands wrapped around a ceramic mug decorated with faded blue cornflowers. She was staring at her own reflection in the darkened window, perhaps searching for the gold leaf edges that had defined her for so long. "I feel heavy," she said suddenly. "Not a bad heavy, like a stone that has finally found the bottom of the stream." "Gravity," I replied. "It's a novelty when you haven't had to answer to it for a while." We didn't speak of the woods. We didn't speak of the master scribe or the way the brass tags had hummed in the presence of a new soul. To speak of them felt like inviting a ghost to dinner. Instead, we spoke of the apartment. We discovered a linen closet filled with scratchy towels that smelled of lavender and age. We found a drawer in the kitchen containing a tangled mess of rubber bands, old coupons for a grocery store that had closed in 1994, and a single, rusted skeleton key that belonged to a lock long ago replaced. These were the artifacts of a life we had been gifted. I felt like an archaeologist of my own shadow. Around midnight, the exhaustion hit. It wasn't the spiritual fatigue of the archive, that soul-deep ache of being watched, but a physical, muscular demand for rest. We moved to the bedroom. The mattress was firm, the sheets crisp and smelling of a detergent I couldn't name. As I lay there in the dark, listening to the rhythmic sigh of Martha's breathing, I waited for the room to shift. I waited for the walls to bleed ink, or for the ceiling to open up into the vast, vaulted ribs of the great hall. But the only sound was the occasional clank of the radiator and the muffled siren of an ambulance 3 blocks over. I fell asleep. I woke to the smell of rain and frying bacon. For a terrifying second, I thought I was back in the cabin, that the door had played a cruel trick and reset the map. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs, eyes darting toward the doorframe. There was no violet light, no scent of pine. I walked into the kitchen. Martha was standing at the stove, wearing a floral apron she must have found in a bottom drawer. She looked younger in the morning light, the harsh lines of the garden's eternal autumn smoothed away by a night of genuine sleep. "The refrigerator was full," she said, gesturing with a spatula. "Eggs, milk, butter. It's as if someone knew we were coming." "The archive is thorough," I said, sitting at the table. "It doesn't just create a vacancy, it creates a presence." I picked up a newspaper that had been tucked under the door. The date was Tuesday, October 14th. I scanned the headlines: political scandals, a fire in the suburbs, the sports scores. It was all so wonderfully trivial. I turned to the back pages, looking for something, though I didn't know what. My eyes snagged on a small obituary in the corner of the page. Arthur Penhaligon, 82, a lifelong librarian and collector of rare maps, passed away peacefully in his sleep. There was no photo, but the name sent a chill through me. Arthur, the man whose hands I had seen through the door, the man who had been the other side of my existence for so long. I wondered if he was the one who had finally turned the key, or if he was simply a casualty of the displacement, a soul traded so that I could return. "Elias," Martha asked, noticing my stillness. "Nothing," I said, folding the paper, "just a name I thought I knew." After breakfast, a strange restlessness took hold of me. The apartment, for all its comforts, felt like a waiting room. I needed to see the city in the light. I needed to know if the boy in the yellow raincoat was still there, or if he had been a hallucination of the transition. "I'm going for a walk," I said. "Don't go far," Martha replied, her voice tinged with a sudden, sharp anxiety. She was standing by the bookshelf, clutching a volume of poetry as if it were a life preserver. "Just to the park," I promised. "I'll be back in an hour." The air outside was crisp, the sky a bruised purple-gray that promised more rain. I crossed the street to the small park where I had seen the boy. The dirt where he had drawn the circle was muddy now, the message long since washed away by the overnight drizzle. I stood there for a moment, looking at the trees. They were elms and oaks, their bark scarred by city soot and the carvings of teenagers. I ran my hand over a trunk, feeling the rough, unyielding reality of it. It didn't pulse, it didn't whisper names. I began to walk north, toward the lake. The neighborhood was a patchwork of graystones and small businesses. I passed a hardware store, a bakery, and a small, dusty shop with a sign that read rare books and ephemera. I stopped. My feet seemed to move toward the door of their own accord. The bell chimed as I entered. The shop was a labyrinth of towering shelves, the air heavy with the scent of vanillin and decaying glue. It was a familiar smell, too familiar. It tasted of the archive. I felt a bead of sweat roll down my spine. "Can I help you find something?" An old woman emerged from behind a stack of folios. She had thick glasses that magnified her eyes and a cardigan that looked like it was made of cobwebs. "I'm just looking," I said, my voice sounding strained. "Looking is free," she chirped. "Finding usually costs a bit more." I wandered into the back of the shop, where the shadows were deeper. My eyes scanned the spines of the books. Most were ordinary, histories of the Civil War, old encyclopedias, leather-bound sets of Dickens. But then, tucked away on a bottom shelf, I saw a book with no title on the spine. It was bound in a dark, oily leather that seemed to absorb the light. I pulled it out. The cover was blank. I opened it. The pages were filled with maps, but they weren't maps of cities or countries. They were maps of houses, thousands of them. Each page showed a floor plan, meticulously drawn in fine black ink, and in every floor plan there was a single door marked with a small red X. I flipped the pages faster, my breath coming in short gasps. I saw a map of a cabin in the woods. I saw a map of a vast, underground library, and then I saw a map of a 3-flat graystone in Rogers Park. The X was on the front door of our apartment. "A fascinating volume, isn't it?" the woman said, appearing silently at my elbow. I nearly dropped the book. Where did this come from? "It was part of an estate sale," she said, peering at the page through her thick lenses. "A man named Penhaligon. He had hundreds of them, all maps of places that don't quite exist or places that exist too much. He called them the Unlocked Ledger." I felt the world tilt. The safety of the apartment, the reality of the bacon and the tea, it all felt like a thin veneer over a bottomless pit. "Did he leave anything else?" I asked, my throat dry. "Just a few boxes of notes, mostly nonsense about silver threads and the weight of names. I haven't had the heart to throw them out yet." She looked at me curiously. "Are you a collector?" "I used to be," I said. "I'm trying to retire." I put the book back on the shelf, my fingers trembling. I wanted to run. I wanted to grab Martha and find a place where there were no books, no maps, no doors at all. But as I turned to leave, my eyes caught a small brass object sitting on the counter. It was a compass, but the needle wasn't pointing north. It was spinning slowly, lazily, in a clockwise circle. "That's broken too," the woman said, noticing my gaze. "I keep it because I like the way it looks. It never settles." I hurried out of the shop, the chime of the bell sounding like a funeral knell. I walked fast, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm. The city no longer felt like a refuge. It felt like a larger cage, one with more elaborate decorations. I reached the park and stopped, leaning against a lamppost to catch my breath. I looked at the apartment building. Martha was at the window again. She saw me and smiled, her hand pressed against the glass. I realized then that it didn't matter if the maps existed. It didn't matter if Arthur Penhaligon had left a trail of breadcrumbs. The archive wasn't a place you could ever truly leave, because the archive was the world itself. It was the way we organized the chaos. Every name we gave a child, every address we wrote on an envelope, every memory we clutched to our chests, it was all just filing. The boy in the yellow raincoat was sitting on a bench near the entrance to my building. He was swinging his legs, eating an apple. As I approached, he didn't look up, but he spoke. "You went looking," he said. His voice was older than it should have been, a resonant baritone that didn't match his small frame. "I wanted to know if it was real," I said, stopping a few feet away. Everything is real, Elias, even the lies, especially the lies. He took a bite of the apple, the crunch loud in the quiet street. The scribe is gone. The archive is under new management, but the work continues. It has to. Without the names, the world would just be a scream in the dark. And who are you? I asked. I'm the one who makes sure the ink doesn't dry, he said, smiling. I'm the margin. I'm the space between the words. He stood up and tossed the apple core into a trash can. You're off the map for now, Elias. Enjoy the anonymity. It's a rare thing these days. But remember, every door has two sides. You only closed one of them. He walked away, his yellow coat a bright spark against the gray pavement. He didn't disappear this time. He just turned the corner and was gone, lost in the flow of the city. I went back up to the apartment. Martha was waiting for me at the door. You look like you've seen a ghost, she said, her brow furrowed with concern. Just a shadow, I said, stepping inside. I took her hands in mine. They were warm. They were real. Martha, do you remember the garden, the way the flowers never died? I try not to, she said softly. We have to remember, I said, because if we forget, we'll start thinking this is the only world there is. We'll start thinking that the names are the things themselves. I led her over to the window. Below us, the city was a sea of movement. Thousands of people, each with a name, a history, a secret. We aren't on the map anymore, I whispered, and that means we can go anywhere. Even back, she asked, her eyes searching mine. No, I said, and I meant it. The door only knows names, and we don't have those anymore. Not really. I looked at the shelf where the photographs of our past sat. I walked over, picked up the one of us at the beach, and turned it over. I expected to see a date or a location. Instead, I saw a single word written in my own handwriting. Draft. I smiled. It was a perfect description. We were a first draft, a sketch of a life, waiting to be filled in with the messy, unpredictable ink of time. What is it? Martha asked, coming to stand beside me. It's an invitation, I said. I put the photo back. I felt a strange sense of peace settle over me. The boy was right. The work would always continue. Somewhere, a new scribe was being chosen. Somewhere, a new door was being carved from a tree that had never seen the sun. But that was someone else's story. I went to the kitchen and began to help Martha with the dishes. The clink of the plates, the splash of the water, the mundane domesticity of the moment. It was a symphony. Later that evening, as the city lights flickered to life, I sat at the small wooden table with a blank piece of paper and a pen. I didn't write a name. I didn't draw a map. I wrote the rain began at 6:12 p.m. It tasted like metal and hope. It was a small observation. It was a recording, but it wasn't for the archive. It was for me. I was the scribe of my own life now, and the only library that mattered was the one inside my own head. I looked at Martha, who was curled up on the sofa with a book, her eyes drooping as she fought off sleep. I realized that the door hadn't just given us a way out, it had given us a way in. The door that knew names was a prison, yes, but it was also a reminder that everything, every leaf, every stone, every heartbeat has a weight. And the trick to being free wasn't to lose that weight, but to learn how to carry it without letting it crush you. I turned off the light. The apartment was dark, but it wasn't the darkness of the archive. It was the darkness of a world waiting to be born. In the silence, I heard the faint, distant sound of a train. It sounded like a long, low sigh. I closed my eyes and let the sound carry me away, not to a cabin or a garden, but to the deep, uncharted territory of a dream. I was Elia's thorn, or I was someone else. It didn't matter. The door was closed, the world was open, and for the first time, the names were just words, and the words were finally enough. I slept, and for the first time in an eternity, I didn't dream of ink. I dreamed of the lake, of the way the water moved without ever needing to be told where to go. I dreamed of the wind, which had no name at all, but which moved through the world nonetheless, touching everything and belonging to nothing. When I woke up, the sun was shining through the blinds, casting a ladder of light across the floor. I got out of bed, my feet hitting the cold wood with a satisfying thud. I went to the window and looked out at the street. A man was walking a dog. A woman was jogging. A mail truck was making its rounds. It was a Tuesday. It was ordinary. It was a miracle. I saw the boy in the yellow raincoat again. He was standing on the corner, looking up at the sky. He wasn't drawing. He was just watching. He saw me at the window and gave a small, solemn nod. Then he turned and stepped off the curb, disappearing into the morning traffic. I went into the kitchen and started the kettle. The sound of the water beginning to bubble was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. Elia's, Martha's voice called from the bedroom, soft and thick with sleep. "I'm here," I said. And for the first time, in every sense of the word, I truly was. The kettle began its shrill, rising whistle, a sound that sliced through the morning quiet like a silver blade. In the archive, there had been no sudden noises, only the tectonic shifts of paper and the low, subterranean thrum of the great hall's heart. This whistle was different. It was a demand. It was a reminder that time was moving, that heat was being exchanged, and that a physical world required my attention. I poured the water into 2 mugs. The steam rose in a fragrant cloud, dampening my face. As I carried the tea into the living room, I noticed something I hadn't seen the night before. On the small side table, tucked beneath a stack of coasters, was a telephone. It was an old rotary model, heavy and black, its cord coiled like a sleeping serpent. I set the mugs down and stared at it. In the archive, communication was a matter of ink and intent. You wrote a name, and the name responded by existing. But this was a machine for voices. I wondered if it worked. I wondered who would call a man who didn't officially exist, or if the archive had provided us with a history that included friends, creditors, and a long-lost aunt in Des Moines. Martha came into the room, her hair a wild silver halo. She took her mug and sat on the edge of the armchair, her eyes fixed on the telephone. "Do you think it will ring?" she whispered. "I don't know," I said, "and I don't know if I want it to." "If it rings, it means someone knows we're here," she said. "It means the presence you talked about isn't just a placeholder, it's a person." I sat on the floor, leaning my back against the radiator. It was cool now, the heat having retreated with the sunrise. We are actors who have been handed a script halfway through the second act. We know the lines, but we don't know the plot. "Maybe there is no plot," Martha suggested, taking a cautious sip of the tea. "Maybe it's just a series of scenes until the curtain falls." I thought of the book I had seen in the shop, the maps of houses with the red X marks. I thought of Arthur Penhaligon, the man who had died so I could live. If the archive was truly under new management, as the boy in the yellow raincoat had said, then the rules had changed. The old scribe had been a hoarder of souls, a curator of the static, but this new force felt different. It felt like an editor, pruning, shifting, and recontextualizing. I reached out and touched the rotary dial of the phone. I hooked my finger into the hole for the number 9 and pulled it clockwise. The mechanical whir of the return was a rhythmic, satisfying sound. "What are you doing?" Martha asked. "Testing the air," I said. I dialed a random sequence of numbers, 7 digits. I held the receiver to my ear. For a moment, there was only the hollow, oceanic roar of the dial tone, the sound of 1,000 connections waiting to happen. Then, a click. Hello. The voice was female, young, and sounded breathless, as if she had just run up a flight of stairs. I froze. My tongue felt like a lead weight in my mouth. "Hello," she said again. "Is someone there? Is this about the delivery?" I didn't speak. I couldn't. To speak would be to tether myself to her life, to become a variable in her day. I hung up the phone, my heart racing. "Who was it?" Martha asked. "A stranger," I said. "Just a stranger." The realization hit me then. We were not just anonymous. We were ghosts in a machine that was built to process the living. We had the artifacts of life, but we lacked the momentum. The refrigerator was full today, but what about next week? The apartment was ours, but who paid the taxes? Who owned the bricks? I stood up and went to the hallway closet where I had left my coat. I reached into the pockets, searching for anything I might have missed. In the small inner pocket, my fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. I pulled it out. It was a brass tag, identical to the ones that hung from the shelves in the archive. But this one didn't have a name on it. It had a number, 402. I looked at the door of our apartment. There was no number on the inside, only the peephole and the heavy deadbolt. I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. The carpet was a dull maroon, worn thin in the center by decades of footsteps. I turned and looked at the outside of our door. A small, tarnished brass plate was screwed into the wood, 402. The tag in my hand began to vibrate, a low-frequency hum that traveled up my arm and settled in my teeth. I looked down the hallway. There were 6 other doors on this floor, 401, 403, 404, and so on. Were they like us? Were they drafts inhabiting a simulated reality? Or were they the genuine article, the people whose lives we were mimicking? I walked to door 403 and pressed my ear against the wood. I heard the muffled sound of a television, a game show, the audience cheering, the host's voice rising in a scripted crescendo of excitement. It sounded so normal it was terrifying. I went back inside and closed the door, locking all 3 bolts. "Martha," I said, my voice tight, "we need to look at the books again." "Which books?" "All of them, everything in this apartment." We spent the next few hours systematically dismantling our new home. We pulled every volume from the shelves, shook out every rug, and looked behind every framed print. We were looking for the seams, the places where the archive's craftsmanship might have faltered. In a copy of Great Expectations, I found a bookmark. It was a receipt from a dry cleaner dated 3 years ago. The name on the receipt was Elias Thorne. In the back of a kitchen drawer, beneath the mess of rubber bands, Martha found a photograph. It wasn't like the one on the shelf. This one was candid, blurry. It showed a man and a woman sitting on a park bench. They were laughing. The man was me, but my hair was longer and I was wearing a watch I didn't recognize. The woman was Martha, but she looked tired, her eyes rimmed with the shadows of a long illness. "This didn't happen," Martha whispered, staring at the photo. "I don't remember this day. I don't remember that coat." "It's the history they gave us," I said. "It's the presence the archive creates to fill the vacancy. We didn't just move into an apartment, Martha. We moved into a life that was already in progress. But whose life? She asked. If these people existed, where are they now? I thought of the obituary in the paper, Arthur Penhaligon. There in the archive, I said, it's a trade, a perfect symmetrical exchange. For us to come out, someone had to go in. For us to have a home, someone had to leave one. The weight of the stone at the bottom of the stream suddenly felt like it was crushing me. The tea in my stomach turned to lead. We weren't free. We were just the newest occupants of a well-maintained cell. The city outside wasn't a world. It was a larger annex, a sprawling, breathing ledger where the entries were made of flesh and bone. I went to the window. The rain had started again, a fine mist that blurred the edges of the buildings. I looked for the boy in the yellow raincoat, but the street was empty. We have to find the shop, I said suddenly. The bookshop, why? The man who died Penhaligon, he knew. He was a collector of maps that don't quite exist. He was the one who kept the ledger of the transitions. If there's a way to stop being a draft, if there's a way to become the final copy, it will be in his notes. Martha looked at the apartment, at the lavender-scented towels and the frying pan still sitting on the stove. And if we find it, what if the truth is worse than the lie? The lie is a cage, Martha, a comfortable one, but a cage nonetheless. I spent a lifetime filing the shadows of other people's lives. I won't spend the rest of it living in one. I put on my coat. The brass tag in my pocket was still humming, a rhythmic pulse that felt like a countdown. Stay here, I said. Keep the door locked. Don't answer the phone. Elia's wait. She came over to me and straightened my collar, her fingers lingering on the wool. Be careful. The world is big and we don't know the rules yet. The rules are the same as they've always been, I said, kissing her forehead. Watch your step and don't let the ink touch your skin. I stepped out into the hallway. The air felt different now, thinner, more electric. I didn't take the elevator. I took the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the concrete well. With every flight I descended, the humming of the tag grew stronger until it was a physical ache in my thigh. I reached the lobby. The doorman, a man with a face like crumpled parchment, looked up from his newspaper. He didn't say anything, but his eyes followed me as I crossed the marble floor. They weren't the eyes of a man, they were the eyes of a sentinel. I stepped out into the rain. The city was a cacophony of sounds, the hiss of tires on wet asphalt, the distant thunder of the L train, the shouting of a vendor. I navigated by memory, turning corners and crossing streets until I found the dusty storefront of rare books and ephemera. The bell chimed as I entered. The old woman was there, sitting behind the counter, but she wasn't reading. She was staring at the spinning compass. You're back, she said without looking up. I figured you'd be. People who look at that book always come back. It's the gravity of the X. I want to see the notes, I said, the ones Penhaligon left. She gestured toward the back of the shop, where a stack of cardboard boxes sat in the shadows. Help yourself. They're a mess. I haven't had the heart to sort them. It feels like trying to organize a hurricane. I walked to the boxes and knelt on the dusty floor. I opened the first one. It was filled with journals, their covers scarred and stained. I picked one up at random and flipped it open. The handwriting was cramped, frantic. October 3rd, the door in the basement of the bakery has moved. It's now a window in the attic of the library. The coordinates are shifting faster. The scribe is losing his grip. I can hear the ink leaking into the groundwater. I opened another journal. January 12th. Met a man today who claimed he didn't have a shadow. I checked. He was right. He said he had traded it for a name that would never fade. I told him he got a bad deal. A name is just a label on a bottle. The shadow is the wine. I dug deeper into the box. At the very bottom, wrapped in a piece of oilcloth, was a small, leather-bound ledger. It was much newer than the others, the leather supple and clean. I opened it to the first page. There, in a neat, elegant hand that I recognized with a jolt of horror, were my own words. The Door That Knew Names, Part 1, by Elias Thorne. I dropped the book as if it were white-hot. It fell open on the floor, the pages fluttering. I saw the descriptions of the great hall, the scent of the pine, the weight of the brass tags. I saw the moment I met Martha. I saw the moment we walked through the door. And then I saw the entry for today. October 14th, Elias returns to the shop. He finds the ledger. He realizes that he is not the writer, but the written. He realizes that the new management is simply the story telling itself. I looked up at the old woman. She was watching me now, her magnified eyes cold and unblinking. He was a very good writer, Arthur was, she said softly. He knew that for a story to be real, the characters have to believe they have a choice. He knew that the only way to keep the archive alive was to let it breathe, to let it leak into the world. Where is he? I demanded, standing up. Where is Penhaligon? He's where you were, Elias. He's the new scribe. He's sitting at the desk, filing the names of the people who think they've escaped. It's a beautiful system, don't you think? Perpetual motion. I grabbed the ledger and tucked it under my arm. I'm not a character. I'm a man. I have a wife. I have a life. You have a floral apron and a refrigerator full of eggs, she countered. You have a receipt for dry cleaning and a photograph of a day that never happened. You are a collection of details, Elias. That's all any of us are. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the bell or the books or the spinning compass. I burst out into the rain, the ledger clutched to my chest like a shield. The city was changing. As I ran, I saw the X marks everywhere. They were on the doors of buses, on the foreheads of passers-by, on the bricks of the buildings. The world was being edited in real time. A storefront that had been a bakery a moment ago was now a laundromat. A red car turned a corner and emerged as a blue van. The presence was fracturing. The archive was reclaiming its materials. I reached the apartment building. The doorman was gone. The lobby was empty, the marble floor covered in a thin layer of black ink that seemed to be bubbling up from the grout. I took the stairs 3 at a time, my lungs burning. I reached the 4th floor and threw myself against door 402. It was locked. Martha, I screamed, pounding on the wood. Martha, open the door. There was no answer. I fumbled for my key, my hands shaking so hard I dropped it twice. I finally got it into the lock and turned it. The apartment was empty. The furniture was gone. The rugs, the books, the photographs, all gone. The walls were white and blank. The smell of lavender had been replaced by the sharp, acidic scent of fresh ink. In the center of the living room, Martha was standing, but she wasn't Martha anymore. She was fading, her edges blurring into the white background. She looked like a charcoal sketch that was being rubbed out by an invisible hand. Elias, she whispered. Her voice sounded like the rustle of paper. The names, I can't remember the names. I ran to her, trying to grab her hands, but my fingers passed through her as if she were smoke. I have the ledger, I shouted, opening the book. I can write us back, I can fix it. I looked at the pages, searching for a blank space, a margin, anything. But the ink was spreading across the paper, blackening the words, erasing the story. "It's not a draft," she said, her eyes filling with a dark, liquid light. "It's a deletion." "No," I cried. I looked at the last page of the ledger. There was one line of text that hadn't been blacked out yet. "The man in the yellow raincoat waits at the end of the world." I looked toward the window. The city was gone. Outside, there was only a vast gray void, a sea of unwritten potential. And standing on the ledge, looking in at me, was the boy. He wasn't a boy anymore. He was a towering figure made of light and shadow, his yellow coat glowing like a dying star. "The story is over, Elias," he said. His voice was the sound of 1,000 books closing at once. "The scribe has finished the chapter. You were a good character. You were brave. You were curious. But the ink has run dry." "I won't go back," I said, clutching the ledger. "I won't be a name on a tag." "You won't be a name at all," he said. "You'll be the silence between the stories. You'll be the white space." He reached out a hand. The glass of the window dissolved. I looked at Martha. She was almost gone now, a faint outline against the void. She smiled at me, a sad, beautiful smile that contained all the memories we never had. "The lake," she whispered. "Remember the lake." And then she was gone. I stood alone in the white room. The ledger in my hand felt heavy, then light, then nothing at all. I looked at my own hands. They were turning to ink, the black liquid dripping from my fingertips and pooling on the floor. I looked at the boys. "What happens now?" I asked. "Now," he said, "we start a new story. But this time we don't use names, we use light." He stepped back into the void. I followed him. I didn't feel the cold. I didn't feel the fear. I felt the weight of my life lifting, the names and the dates and the places falling away like autumn leaves. I was Elias Thorne. I was a scribe. I was a draft. And then I was the wind. The door that knew names closed with a soft, final click. And in the dark, in the unmapped world that goes on forever, the silence began to speak.